Brax. Ohio. I'm not even set up stream yet. You're already subscribing? You're crazy. Thank you. Also, hi. Good morning. I hope it's a calm, lovely day across the sea. Acrapheus, you're out of control. Did you just gift 10 memberships? Oh, glory unto you, friend. I'm still setting up. But we'll be starting very soon. Thank you very much, man. I appreciate that. 1 second. Almost ready to start, I promise. Okay. Announcement sent. I didn't make an announcement on Instagram. Do you think I should? You guys can listen to it. I'll make it live. A little sneak peek for everyone that's here early. Ready? Hey, D&D Homebrew, D&D questions. Live on Twitch and YouTube talking about them right now. That's me. If you want to call in and ask a question or send in some homebrew, we can talk about it. How was that? Was that pretty good? Can you guys hear it? I think the little sound effect at the end is what's gonna really sell it. And then on YouTube, on Instagram, I usually link my Twitch as opposed to my YouTube. I don't know why. Honestly, I think it's because it's easier to type it out. Because you have to do a unique link for every YouTube live video. Why do you have to do that? I don't know. All right. Who's here? 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. Stop. Fucking chill. Music. We have to do this right. You can't just... Yeah, I accept. You can't just dive in unannounced. No, that's much too intense. We'll save that for the critique stream on Wednesday. Speaking of which, guys, on Wednesday, we are having our very first, in a long time, straight up homebrew critique review, where I am taking off all guardrails, and we are just going to be reviewing your homebrew, criticizing it. We're going in with the intention of it being a critique. We'll see how that goes. But it's time for something else. Who's here? I'm here. Boom. If you're here, say hi. What's up, DT? What's up, Core the Green? Brax, don't be scared. I'm doing good, artist. How are you? Alfredo, I saw you were first in the YouTube chat, I think. Or, no, on Twitch, What's up, Connor? What's up, Brannon? What's up, Name? Milky, how's it going? Brannon, you glorious fiend. Your Sax? Ooh. I saw you posted something else in the subreddit. I don't remember if I got a chance to look at it yet. What's up, Lazy Indo? You guys want to do a quick little staring contest before we start? All right, ready? Let's find a weird... Is this gonna... Ready? On your marks? On your marks? Get set. 3, 2, 1. Staring contest, go. Come on now. Keep in mind I have bright lights in my eyes from multiple directions right now. So, I might lose. I feel like I shouldn't win. I do have the upside of being an eldritch creature manifesting into a flesh vessel that can sort of tweak a little bit of the pain receptors, but I am aware of the damage that can be caused by keeping your eyes open for too long. So, I don't want to have to manifest like a totally new flesh vessel. So I don't know how long we want to do this exactly. So if you could blink soon, that would be sweet, because I don't know how long I want to actually do this. It's gonna get boring eventually, right? Are you bored yet? You probably should blink, right? It's about time, right? I can't look down to look at chat because I feel like if I break eye contact, you might think I'm cheating. But you know. Anyway, I feel like the song's probably gonna end soon. I'm not sure. I'm gonna blink soon, I think. Probably. I feel like I already did blink. I might have just blinked. Did I just blink? Did I blink when I said blink? I don't think I did. All right, we're gonna blink now. You ready? 3, 2, 1, blink. All right, how was that? Was that pretty good? Welcome to the show. It's Homebrew Helper night, friends. How does that work? Well, it's our casual, chatty... Oh, I got this. Wait, where's my little Winnie the Pooh? I don't know where he is. All right. You can live there. You glorious Tyrannosauri. Anyway. Now that area looks a little bit nicer than just a bunch of garbage. You think I took some years off your lifespan? Dang, I'm sorry. I don't know what a hamburger is. Today we're doing Homebrew Helper, which is like Hamburger Helper, but instead of helping you make a delicious dinner or lunch or late night snack, we're talking about D&D. D&D's game design, D&D Homebrew, Dungeon Master things. And we've got a couple ways of engaging here, friends. It's really your call how you want to move forward tonight. In my Discord, in the announcement for the stream that is happening right now, so very easy to find, there is a link to the Homebrew Events channel where you can post a piece of homebrew that you're working on. If you want to do that, you can. Just make sure that you ask a specific question. We're not doing general feedback, critique. We are doing that on Wednesday. But what we're doing today is if you have something you're working on that you want a specific eye on a specific part, whether that's a feature you want some help with, whether you don't know what a capstone should be, if you're worried about some mechanic is too complicated or overpowered, or how to simplify it, that sort of thing. You can also just ask a question about Dungeon Master D&D stuff. I love a good tangent. If you want to skip the line, or maybe not skip it, but get to the front of it, go into the stream waiting room, and I will bring you on the call, and we will talk about it. I prefer to talk to people when I can, so if you want to call in, either with calling in with us looking at a piece of homebrew you're working on, or calling in to just talk about it, or ask about question about it, that's fine too. Does that all make sense to everybody? Hopefully that's reasonably clear. If it's not, at a certain point, I can't help. At a certain point, I can. What point? I don't know. All right. I was feeling kind of ill earlier today, but I'm feeling much better now. I was worried I was going to have to cancel stream, and I really don't like doing that. All right. Let us get the chatty side of this set up. Okay. That's all good. Bing, bing. Oh, you hate when the corporeal messes with the celestial or the divine. It's always an issue. All right. We have 2 people already in the stream waiting room. Love to see it. Let's bring our first caller on. See what they're looking into today. Ahoy hoy. Ahoy hoy. Wait, is my mic not?
Hey.
Oh, wait,
hey.
my mic's not set up. You can't hear me yet.
Hey, how are you?
Hey, I'm good. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
All right, give me 2 seconds. Give me 2 seconds. Crazy Moose, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. You're out of control. You've lost yourself in the chaos and the glory. All right, I'm back. I had to just appreciate the appreciation, you know?
So, I have one homebrew idea that's from a collaborative storytelling hub, and one question that's for every DM and every player.
All right, well, pick one of them first. We'll start with one.
First, we're gonna go with the homebrew magic item idea.
Sure.
Okay, so do you know SCP-662, the bell that summons Mr. Deeds?
Yeah, the butler that kills people and does stuff for you.
Yeah, technically, he does menial tasks, but yeah, you could include that in menial tasks. Imagine having that bell as a magic item in D&D. What level of rarity would you put it with the description of, when you ring the bell, with a certain number of charges per day, but when you ring the bell, Mr. Deeds appear, and you tell him one menial task to do.
Could I give you a suggestion of how I would tweak it to make it a little simpler?
How?
There is a spell in D&D that specifically does that, and it's called Unseen Servant. So what I would do So I would just make it so the bell has a number of charges per day, and you can use those to cast the spell Unseen Servant.
By ringing the bell.
Yeah, here's what I would do. I think it would be an uncommon item. And what I would do is I would probably give it like 5 charges. And I would make it recharge 1d4 plus 1 charges per day. But I would give it the unique feature where you could have multiple Unseen Servants at a time. So you could use 1 charge to have 1, but you could use all 5 charges to have 5 doing things at a time. That could be kind of fun. And that would definitely be a fun, uncommon item. And I don't think that would require attunement. I feel like that could just be all it is, and that'd be fine.
Nice.
Honestly, I think it's a really fun idea for an uncommon item. That's the kind of item that is the item is. You know why that item's great? That item is great because it logically makes sense to exist in the world. Like, you understand why a normal person in society would make something like that. So there's weird world building for it. Like, that item would make a lot of sense in a game world where magic was very common and people just like had magic as a part of their everyday life. Because that would just be a great household item. But it's also the kind of item that you could totally see players coming up with crazy things to do with. You know what I mean? Like, if my players had an item that they realized they could have multiple Unseen Servants at a time, I don't know what they would do with that, but I'm sure they would immediately start trying to figure out what they could do with that, you know?
Yeah. Oh,
yeah.
Okay, casts Unseen... I'm just taking that in note. Cast Unseen Servant when run consumes 1 charge. Okay. And
you had a second question.
Yeah, a question for both you and the chat.
Oh, I love the chat. I've heard of them before.
So, raw or rye? And by raw, I mean rules as written. By rye, I mean rules as intended. Which one do you prefer? Personally?
Rules as intended.
Okay, rye.
100% of the time.
Put in the chat which one I prefer.
I think rules as written is really fun if you are specifically trying to play,
like myself?
or if the goal of the group is to have fun through manipulating the system. If that is the goal of the group and that is fun for the group, I think rules as written is a lot of fun. I think if that is not a shared goal of the group, that can get in the way of the group fun.
Okay. And I see someone in chat other than myself answered rye, but as intended, kind of depends on the text. Cool. I see the Twitch chat mainly, so.
Yeah, I think that it can be really fun if that is what the group wants, because coming up with fun ways to break the system or like combine spells or features is a lot of fun, but it is also, I think, a very specific aspect of the game that is not one that is inherently fun for everyone. In the same sort of way that, like, if I was going to run a game that it's sort of the same headspace I would go into with like a session 0, where it's like letting people know I'm trying to run a game where you're going to be little chaos demons and kill everything, versus I'm trying to run a game that's very grounded and story driven, and like letting players sort of know what you're trying to do going into it, and giving players an opportunity to, like, you know, discuss and talk it through. Hey,
Cinder, look how BrackX1 put it in the Twitch chat.
What did you say, Brax? I like rules as DM interprets. Yeah, I think that's good. Yeah.
Yeah, as long as consistent, but I'm kind of a rules lawyer myself, so I'm more of a raw guy.
For sure. All right, buddy. Thank you very much for the call. You're
welcome.
Any final thoughts, questions, yearnings, aspirations?
You should try Beacoline one day.
I should try whating one day?
Beacoline. It's the largest LARP in North America. It's at Saint Mathieu du Parc in Canada.
Okay, yeah, sure. Beacoling. All right, I'll look it up. Thank you very much.
One day.
Knock, knock.
Who's there? No.
That's how we do it. Thank you for the call. Thank you, thank you. Hey, Moot, I see that you are in a waiting room, but you're not in the right one. Just so you know. There's one that has two other people in it right now. That's right below the waiting room queue in the Discord. I don't know why you're in some other one. I don't know exactly how the system works. I don't remember how it was set up. But just so you know. Not sure if that's intentional or not. Enigma Uno. Well, thank you for the Enigma subscription. Very enigmatic of you. Very kind as well. We have two more people in the waiting room. Again, if you want to call in, you are more than welcome to. You do not need to. You can also just send in some homebrew through the Discord as well. Or just ask a question in the chat, obviously. And this question, if you want to call in and talk or ask a question in the chat, it can be a homebrew question, but it can also pertain to like Dungeon Master stuff, player design stuff, kind of whatever. Feel free. I do not mind tangents. And if you're sending in homebrew, we're not doing a general feedback critique. It's more of a, you want help with something. So make sure you come in with a specific question in mind. I explain it all in the Discord. Cora. Okay, Cora the Green. Cora the Green. I'll try to remember. If I forget, do not hesitate to remind me, because I am dumb sometimes. And that is a good example of when I am dumb. If you need to remind me how to say your name correctly, never assume I will be annoyed by that or that's an issue. I would much listen, let's be honest. We all know Wednesday is right around the corner. Now, I don't know how many of you have seen me do a classic Cinder review stream where it's not a conversation and I am looking at your piece assuming that you are expecting this to be a polished, usable piece publicly. But the gears shift a little bit and I get a little blunt. And a lot of the times that bluntness can be really intense. So the least I can do, if I am going to talk to you that bluntly, is give you the respect to say your name correctly, you know? It's got to be at least a little bit of a two-way street, and it's a lot. I have so much control of the street. You know what I mean? Like, I have more control of the game than a Dungeon Master does. So we got to show respect where we can. Hello, I don't know if you're answering questions right now, but if you wasn't, I'm interested in making a home group subclass, but I want to make sure the concept is solid before I commit. What's the concept? Meowster. Yes, the homebrew review stream, and I don't know if you saw in the Discord, I tried to make it very clear in the submission form that you need to go in expecting to be critiqued. And like, not just critiqued, but in like a big, sometimes over-the-top way. A Chewinga Warlock subclass. I think the concept is awesome. If you don't know what a Chewinga is, it's one of those little like nature spirit monsters. They're in Ice Frost Maiden's Tales of the whatever that Frozen Lake water monster, that one. They're in that campaign book. But I'd say it's a great idea. No, Dice Admiral, it's not Smolder. We're just doing our best to set expectations. They're also in Chult. I did not know that. I have not read through all of Tomb of Annihilation. I haven't read through all of the Frost Maiden thing either. They're earlier in it. I don't know if I've read any campaign book cover to cover, but I think it's a great idea, Meowster. I love a Warlock patron that also isn't like inherently dark or evil, but is a little bit more nebulous, and I feel like they're a great space for that. They're also creatures that aren't particularly powerful individually, but they speak to a larger sort of interconnected magic that I think aligns really well with the vibe of a Warlock borrowing power from something. So I would say across the board, solid idea. Also, you shouldn't exactly copy what a Chewinga does to give the monster, to give the subclass features, but you totally should. Kappa. We'll give you that for sure. Also, thank you for the 100 biddies. That's the type of subclass that, like, you could take a lot of inspiration from the monster stat block in coming up with the features, but don't feel beholden to them. Don't feel like you have to follow them. You know, don't sacrifice the quality of the subclass for the accuracy of the portrayal. That's a feature. That's a thing that comes up a lot on this stream. Yeah, if you shared in the Discord, I bet a lot of people would be interested in looking at it. Probably giving some thoughts. All right, we're going to take another caller. Unless we have another question that I missed in the chat. Let me just check. I don't think I missed one. 420 blunt. Not on camera. All right, let me grab the DM. Ahoy hoy.
Hello.
Knock knock.
How's it going?
It's an unusual response to that question, but it's going well. What can I do for you today? Did you send in some homebrew, or did you just want to chat?
I sent in some homebrew.
Let me find it.
You'll find it. It is the Magnum Opus species.
Oh yeah, I actually looked at this before stream a little bit. Let me. I'm realizing the thing I forgot to do before stream started. Forgot to fucking set up my window so it's the right size. Although it looks pretty close. Oops, did not mean to do that. Oh, god damn it. Give me 2 seconds. I just fucked up.
You're good.
Okay. Let's line this up. That's about right. All right. Where is your thing? Here it is. Boom. Magnum Opus. So tell me what this thing is. I'm going to share it with the chat too.
So the Magnum Opus is a species of creature that is basically born from an artist's expression and their passion.
Cool. Fun idea.
There's that. Yeah. So there's that concept of someone putting their soul into their art. This is literally putting their soul into their art.
Okay.
Such that it becomes a person. So, my question is, are there too many features, or are they taking too much of the power budget?
All right, let's take a look. We got a 30-foot walking speed.
Yeah.
Size is smaller, medium. That's all fine. Immune to disease, resistance to poison, advantage on saves against poison. That's pretty strong, but it's not crazy. Proficiency in performance, some artsy-fartsy stuff, and expertise using that tool. Elemental. And one more feature. Okay, I don't think you have too many features. Let me see what the last thing does really quickly. Action, you transform into... That's fun. A little object. Can't see or hear. No, you can see or hear. You can't do stuff. I don't think it does too many things. I think if you're really worried about it doing too many things, I think the spaces to cut stuff out would be the expertise in a tool. But I even don't really like. Maybe if you changed it so that it was expertise in a tool to make art, if you feel like that's too powerful, but honestly, I don't like, or you could like cut out part of artificial body. Like maybe it doesn't need to be all of these things. Maybe it could just be the first two, or the last two or whatever. But no, I don't think it does too much. And nothing that it does is really crazy powerful. Like false appearance is really fun. But I think you do a really good job of limiting it, where it's like you really just become an object. So yeah, that's my main thought. I think it's feeling pretty good. It's like all of the things that it does feel like either like passively defensive or niche enough to make space for the bigger stuff. I don't know. I think it's good. I feel solid. Solid.
Cool. Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, I like it a lot. I actually think it's like very well constructed. Like if you were like, I want you to do a full intense critique of this. I would be immediately, we would be skipping all of the base. It would be very, I was talking to somebody in the Discord about this, where everyone's sort of like at a different place in their homebrew design, and every piece of homebrew is kind of in a different place. So sometimes you're giving feedback that's like very base level, like this is how you construct a sentence. And sometimes you're giving feedback that's a little bit more advanced, like paying attention to like the structure of subclasses when you're building a subclass, that sort of thing. But if all of that stuff is covered, then you get into the really heady stuff, which is, I think, more interesting and more fun, which is like, okay, everything here works. So the question becomes, is this what it should be? Or is there things that should be tweaked or adjusted to help better fit the vision? Where you're not really changing things for balance's sake. You're almost changing them for like style and aesthetic and vibes sake, which is a really fun place to get at. So anyway, solid looking piece so far. Seems fun.
All right. Well, that was my only real question.
Cool. Any final thoughts before I hang up on you?
No.
All right, click. Let's hear it for the DM. Woo! I have my applause is tied to the same volume as the background music, and I fucking hate it. Excuse me. I can probably change that. Let me see if I can change that. If I take a couple seconds. Excuse me, that was hard, Grace. There we go. Okay, I fixed it. Okay. Let's see what's going on here. We have 2 more people in the waiting room. We got Sax and our dear Matt Thorne, who we haven't spoken to in a hot second. Let's start with Sax, and we'll grab Matt. And if you would like to call in, feel free to join the Discord waiting room, and we shall see you there. No pressure, though. Also, this music's getting a little too much. We gotta change it. What's up, Sax? How's it going, buddy? You gotta unmute when you got a second.
Boop. Thank you.
No worries. How's it going?
It's going good, man. How about you?
Very well, very well. What can I do for you today? Are we chatting? Are we looking at a piece of homebrew?
Yeah, looking at a piece of homebrew. I'm pretty happy with it already, but I just wanted like a second pair of eyes to kind of just make sure things weren't either maybe like overpowered or underpowered. But it's 3 specific things.
All right, let's take a look.
And
Man, I gotta say, I try not to give anybody a hard time if they don't format their homebrew to make it look fancy, because I don't think that's the most important thing. Like, I think at the end of the day, the most important thing is that it's easy to navigate, and you shouldn't get upset with yourself if you don't know how to make something look cool. But I really do appreciate when there's some nice formatting on some homebrew. It just looks really nice. Like, I'm going to answer your questions, but I'm just going to talk for a couple seconds first. I hope you don't mind. So for anybody that's watching this, if you post homebrew, okay, I'm just going to show you something. If I go to Reddit, Unearthed Arcana, if we go to the Unearthed Arcana, this is a great spot to find homebrew, to read homebrew, etc. And the difference between a piece of homebrew getting, 200 upvotes versus 3 upvotes, a lot of the time comes down to how well formatted it is. And another way to think about that is the difference between how well, it looking really nice and not looking really nice is the difference between anyone looking at it or not looking at it. So if you are somebody that's making homebrew with the intention of promoting it publicly, or like making a name for yourself as a homebrew person, or, you know, making a Patreon or whatever, do not, it's annoying because it's not game design, and it's like frustrating to have to do stuff that isn't exactly the thing you want to do. But taking the time to learn how to format the page so it looks nice, or getting someone that knows how to work with you on it, is often going to be the difference between you popping off and you not popping off. So a thing to think about in your existence. Okay, rant over. Sorry about that.
No, good.
So this is the Oath of Kindred Spirits. I skimmed this a little earlier. Remind me what specifically you wanted us to talk about.
Yeah. So there was one thing in level 3, one thing in level 7, and then one thing in level 20.
All right. Let's look at the level 3 thing. Who's raiding me? Grim Exodus. Thank you for the raid. Sax, this is your first time calling in, right?
Yes, sir.
I apologize when it's disorienting when I have to react to chat things, but I got to.
No, I don't mind, man. You're good.
All right, cool. Thank you, Grim. How's it going, buddy? Thank you to the show. What were you guys doing? You were making art? You were playing art. You were making art? How's it going, Grim? Welcome to the show. Thank you for the raid. We're talking about D&D Homebrew and answering D&D questions. If you want to call in, you can do so through my Discord, or send in some homebrew, or just hang out and we'll go on a little journey of learning and growth together. And we are looking at this lovely piece right now, which is a Oath of Empathy Paladin from our dear Sax. It's their first time calling in, and we're about to look at one of the 3rd level features. Which one did you want to? I guess there's only one. It's a Paladin. I'm being dumb. The Channel Divinity.
Yeah, the collective spirit.
So what's your question on it?
Sure. So what the ability does is it essentially lets you attack through your allies in like a 30-foot aura emanation. But the last paragraph, I also wanted it to be more than just like offensive. I wanted to be able to like, oh, it'd be really cool if you could like lay on hands somebody like at range. And it's really more of a syntax thing. Like in the very first, there's only one sentence, but it says, when you cast a spell or use a feature that requires touch. I was going back, this is so anal, but I was going back and forth between either requires touch or like has a range of touch. But if it has a range of touch, that's more of like a spell sort of thing that you'll see in like the description. And I'm like, oh, if people are like trying to hyper analyze it, are they going to be like, oh no, the rules as written, it wouldn't include lay on hands, because lay on hands doesn't have a range of touch. It just says touch. You know, it's very semantic.
What if
I may be reading?
Yeah, no. I appreciate the semantic-y. What if you changed the way that it was worded? And I think this would actually get into the front part too. The damage would be separate, but what if it was that you could just take actions as if you were positioned where your allies were?
Okay.
So
like regardless, that would
like it's almost like it would be like it's almost like a limited. Think about it like this. Think about it like a limited echo from an Echo Knight is sort of the way that I'm imagining it. Like it's basically an Echo Knight echo that also allows you to use your Paladin features through it. Unless I'm misunderstanding. Does that sort of make sense?
You're interpreting
correctly. Because what would you be doing with an I'm trying to think of what you would be doing with an action. You'd be attacking, you'd be taking the help action, or you'd be using a Paladin feature for the most part, right? So
for the most part, yes.
Maybe you could just say action. Just tie it to an action, or tie it to you can act as if you were you can the range of something like that. Just instead of making it focused on getting the wording for the right type of action. Because I don't actually think I'm trying to think of a circumstance where where it would like be either too strong or like go against what you're trying to do with it. How long does this thing last? Maybe this thing should only last a minute, maybe, depending on how I might play. 10 minutes might be a little long, maybe. Maybe it wouldn't. I don't know. If you limited it to specific type of actions, you could also say, literally, you could make it bullet points, like attacks, the help action, spells, or other paladin features, like you could just bop and like have it like bullet points. That could also work. Depending on how open-ended it is, you might need to make it less than 10 minutes.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, truthfully, the only reason why it's 10 minutes is because Devotion and Vengeance both have theirs for 10 minutes, but I guess it should be balanced.
I'm just thinking about it is that I worry that it's essentially giving you an Echo Knight that, or not an Echo Knight, but like it gives the Paladin the same power of an Echo Knight in that it gives them area of influence, but instead of it being limited by the Echo Knight, it's just a big bubble basically around the Paladin so long as they have an ally in there. And I don't know if that is too much or not, if it's longer duration. I'm just not sure.
I see.
I don't know. Like, it could probably go in either direction, honestly.
Okay. I noted that down, but the kind of concept I was going for is I've played a Paladin before, and it can be frustrating trying to use your like aura of protection to protect specific people when you're needed on the front line or anywhere else.
For sure.
So it also helps you be a little bit more malleable with where you're positioned. It's kind of you understand, but
yeah.
Okay, I've wrote that down, and then
I like the vibe though. Like it's a solid mechanic. It's just about tweaking the numbers and figuring out the limitations of what you can do within that influence.
Correct. Cool. And then the one question I had for the level 7 aura was it's probably longer than it has to be, because essentially what it is, without even reading it, is very like Inquisitor, or was it Mastermind Rogue? I can't remember which rogue it is, but the rogue that can use a help action like at range at like 30 feet. This is essentially that, but it's in the range of your aura of protection, and then allies within your aura of protection also get that benefit. And so they can do the help action if they're in the aura against another target that's within the aura. But I wasn't sure how to make it less wordy without being like hyper specific on what the limitations were. If that makes sense.
No, it does. I'm just reading it. When it uses the help action to assist an attack roll within your aura, it can choose a creature within your aura of protection to distract rather than one within 5 feet of it. I think... I'm going to be honest. I think anyone being able in your aura being able to use help as a bonus action might be enough. And I think part of the issue that you're facing is the getting in the wording for the weird attack roll stuff.
Yeah.
So it's a little bit like you're putting a hat on a hat, because this is doing the help bonus action. You actually don't even need the language for, because you're always within your aura, so you can always just do that.
Right.
But so this feature is kind of doing two things. One, everybody within the aura can do help as a bonus action. And then two, when they do, they can extend that to when they're doing it in this one very specific way. And it sort of feels like a hat on a hat. So if I were you, I would just simplify the whole thing, and I would probably just make it where you and creatures of your choice within the aura can use can make the help action as a bonus action. I don't even think you need the language for starts their turn, ends their turn. Just say creatures within the aura. Because they're either going to start, you know what I mean? Like they're doing something, you know what I mean? Like they have to go into it to use it. That's sort of the same thing anyway. You don't need the language.
Right. Okay.
I think that's probably why it's feeling too wordy.
Yeah, it definitely did feel like, because I'm kind of repeating myself in the same scenario in the first and second paragraph, but that's just to get both yourself and the ally. It might be cleaner, like you said, just to kind of take back the power a little bit, just to make it a little bit more
even if you want to keep the second part. Let's say you keep the second part. Keep it. I don't care. Do what you want with it. I don't want to tell you what to do. But the first part can still be allies within creatures of your choice within your aura can take the help action as a bonus action. It doesn't need to be more complicated than that.
I see what you're saying. You're saying.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like this whole part can just be that sentence.
So just start with you and your allies, and that reduces like 2.
Because because you are this whole part where you're describing how an ally can use it, you are just describing how an ally can be within your aura. You know what I mean? So you don't need to do that.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah. And you had one more question, I thought, about your 20th level, you said?
Correct. It's just to make sure it's not... I want it to feel like it's worth taking the 20th level into Paladin, sort of, but I also just want to make sure it's not... Because the main... I'll get to the point. The main thing I think that could be potentially too powerful is the Radiant Retort. I just want to make sure it doesn't feel overpowered. That's my worry.
Sure. So all right, bonus action to activate, last 10 minutes. Everybody within... How big's the aura? Or is it just within your aura?
So, yeah.
It's the 30-foot aura?
Because you'd be level 18 at this point.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
30-foot aura. Yeah.
Everybody gets half cover, so everybody gets +2 to their AC. And their dex saving throws, I think.
Correct, yeah.
Disadvantage on opportunity attacks against you and your allies in the aura. Whenever a creature hits you with or an ally with an attack, with a melee attack, radiant damage equal to charisma modifier plus proficiency bonus. I don't think radiant aura is too much for level 20. I think it feels probably fine for level 20. The one thing that I would say, from a power perspective, I think it's fine. It's level 20. Like, what's that going to be? It's going to be like 11 damage max, assuming you're not getting stuff that's boosting your charisma past +5. That's fine.
Essentially, yeah.
The only thing that I would say that I think is worth thinking about is I don't know if you need protective presence. And here's why. Guardian Echo gives you a bonus to your AC and to your dex saving throws. A bonus to your AC is also going to affect opportunity attacks. This is kind of just giving us more of they're a little bit doing the same thing, right? Like one is bonus to AC, one is disadvantage on attack rolls. They're minorly situationally different, but like aesthetically and thematically and vibe-wise, they're almost identical. So unless you really like protective presence specifically for some reason, which maybe you do, I might try putting something else here. I might try coming up with a third thing that isn't exactly the same sort of leaning as bonus to AC, which is essentially what disadvantage on an attack roll is.
Okay, cool. I noted that. I will say it did used to only be Guardian Echo and Radiant Retort. I added Protective Presence because when I was reviewing the other subclasses, most have 3.
Yeah, no, it should. I think it having 3 makes sense, but maybe the third could have something to do with either mobility or ability to see things, or like maybe they I don't know. We didn't read the whole subclass, but like, or some other mechanism of like if you want it to be another defensive thing, maybe it would be tied more into something related to saving throws if you want it to be another defensive thing. But I think it could also just be something else. Like it could just be a whole other thing it does. Whether that's... I don't think it should be, you get a fly speed of 60 feet. But it could be that, in terms of it being, like, very divergent from the other two. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, and the whole, at least in 2024, fly speed is... I mean, obviously flying is great. But the only subclass that gets the fly speed, which is the Vengeance, only has 2. And it's the same thing for the Unearthed Arcana with the Genie Paladin. It also gets the fly speed.
Yeah, so maybe not a fly speed, but maybe something something else that allows this guy to work really well with, like maybe he gets some unique ability to move more quickly between allies or something that could like sort of help the Guardian Echo feature, you know? I don't know. I'm just spitballing, but
No, I get what you're saying. Just it feels better to diversify rather than putting a hat on a hat.
Yeah, unless there was like something very specific about this subclass and proccing opportunity attacks that this was tying into, I don't think we need it.
No, it was more of a thematic thing where it's just like the spirit, like the kindred spirit that like your radiant inner self or whatever is just kind of with the other allies in your aura. But my main concern was just making sure that the features didn't feel too strong for the level that you were getting at.
No, they don't feel too strong.
Great. Perfect.
Cool. I like the art choice also.
Thank you. Yeah, it was hard.
It is.
There's not a lot of paladins with that sort of aesthetic online. So
yeah, my favorite, when I haven't been writing homebrew and posting it on Unearthed Arcana in a while, but when I was, my favorite thing to find art from was either magic cards. Like there's so much magic card art.
Yes, I think both of these are magic cards.
Yeah. And then also I would just pull old paintings. I liked finding like weird old paintings that maybe weren't showing exactly an image of what my thing was, but they evoked the vibe of it. I felt like that worked well too.
Yeah, that makes sense.
All right, cool. Any final thoughts, questions, yearnings, aspirations before I hang up on you?
No, I think that's. I'm pretty happy with everything else. But I took down some notes and I'll give it a mull over again.
Cool. All right, thanks for the call, buddy.
Yeah, man. Have a good one.
Click. And we hang up on you. And we give you applause for calling in. First time caller. Ooh, that was loud. Applause. We don't need to be that loud. We're excited, but we're not that excited. No, we're pretty excited. Who just... Sponge, thank you for the membership. Woohoo, homebrew hamburger. Well, you made me trip over my words, so I think mission accomplished. Mission accomplished. Feeding a potion or placing an immovable rod that is on your person but appears at your allies feels weird for some reason. Oh, that comment must have been related to something so long ago. Sorry. But that's a good point. All the object stuff, yes. Well, are you guys arguing about how big areas are? If you're worried about how big areas are for the purposes of this 20th level feature, the only thing that I would say, and it's not really about this homebrew specifically, is that all Paladin auras grow to 30 feet at 18th level, I think. There might be one or two that don't. But regardless of that, getting a feature that gives you a 30-foot aura of power at level 20 is not crazy sort of at all. The only reason I think it would feel crazy is if your dungeon master isn't doing the ideal job of scaling the sizes of fights. Because in my experience, when you are playing a 20th level campaign, and I'm not talking about for one fight, I'm talking about for assuming you're doing like more than 4 sessions at level 20. So you're doing a variety of encounters. If you don't scale up distance, there are a great deal of character features that really aren't being able to be used or taken advantage of. So as a dungeon master, there's sort of an expectation, I think, that you should be scaling up distance, at least a little bit. And in a lot of ways, it makes this 30-foot aura... Like, a 30-foot aura is a lot weaker at level 20 than it is at level 3. Not even from power scaling, but from, like, literal game scaling, like spatial scaling. That happens a lot of the time. So I just think that's a little food for thought here. I didn't read all the details of your argument, so I apologize if that rant was totally tangential. Hey, Matt, how's it going, buddy? Welcome to the call. If you guys want to call in, you can do so through the Discord, just like my buddy Matt just did. What's up, Matt?
What's up?
How are you doing today? Good?
Good. All good. Good to be back.
Welcome. Are we looking at a piece of homebrew you sent in, or are we just chatting?
Just chatting. This is actually about homebrew.
Lovely,
I haven't started writing yet.
Cool.
Well, I have some ideas and drafts, but nothing I would show yet. I'm inspired and fueled by spite, and I've seen a lot of
charge complete
that tries to imitate like Dark Souls or Bloodborne, and they're all bad.
Okay.
They have weird stamina things. The Bloodborne ones try to make odd weapon things way too complicated. Scrap all that. And I thought you could make like a fighter pretty easily. They have like the when you rest, you get healing charges, like all the FromSoft characters do.
Mm-hmm.
So you can do something with that. And I have some ideas of some additional high level stuff.
Well, let me ask.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, but then the actual problem I arrived at, and it's like the core abilities of the class, was that I came to the conclusion that pretty much all sort of generic abilities of the playable character are aimed at survival. There are parries, there are dodge rolls to prevent damage, there are all kinds of healing, that just like Estes healing flasks. There's Bloodborne has the when you attack an enemy that's just attacked, you can gain back some health. And I had like 7 different features that either prevent or gain back health.
Mm-hmm.
And like half of them also work on just like bonus actions and reactions.
Mm-hmm.
So that I don't have like a specific.
Are you feeling, and what's your question? Are you feeling good about that? Are you feeling like that's not working out? Are you feeling like that's not enough? Where's your head at?
No, I don't want to leave out too much. I can leave out like a parry or something, because fighters can grab a fighting style or something for that. But especially about the healing things, because if I do this properly, there are going to be 2, probably 3, hopefully not more features that just focus on healing, avoiding damage for yourself. Is that too much?
I don't know if you need 4 features or 3 features that are doing that. What I would say is probably the best way to figure out which of those features to keep versus get rid of is to ask yourself, which of those features are already kind of in D&D in a way that you don't need them in a subclass to feel like you're doing them. So like, for example, I don't know if you need any features that are going to be about drinking potions or resting by a campfire, because D&D has potions and short and long rests. Like maybe have some features that interact with those a little bit, but like hit dice already exist in the game. So you might not, that might be a way to sort of trim some out, is to think about which of these features do I need to feel like this character versus which of these are going to be based sort of like just based on role play and the way the people decide to sort of flavor the way they're playing the game.
True.
Yeah, because what I was going to say before you asked your specific question, what I was thinking about was, if I was going to be making a Bloodborne or a Dark Souls character, the first question that I would be asking is, what specifically would make someone feel uniquely like a Bloodborne Dark Souls character on top of D&D mechanics? So like, there's a lot of stuff already in D&D mechanics that wouldn't need to be. And there's also a lot of stuff in D&D mechanics that feel, I think, very similar to that, because it's a lot of like what Bloodborne I guess it comes down to like, are you trying to make there's also the question of like the aesthetics of Bloodborne and Dark Souls versus the mechanics of it, and how much are you trying to impose one game's mechanics onto another versus trying to figure out like how to uplift them. You know, it's a weird space to play in. I think you have a lot of directions you could go in, but that would be my main thought. Would be think about what is already there that you don't need to fill in because the game already has it.
Yeah.
I'm reminded of like the time that someone sent in a vampire subclass that was for a wizard, and it had spells like gaseous form and invisibility and charm person that you got access to as part of the subclass. And it was like, or features that were basically versions of those spells. And it's like, you don't need those because the wizard could just take those spells. So it's like sort of that same thought, which is like what's already just baked into the mechanics, you know?
Mm. Sort of secondary question.
Mm-hmm.
If I do something with I'm probably going to do something with like the second wind.
Mm-hmm.
Either like increase the healing a bit or maybe give 1 or 2 extra charges.
Sure.
If I make it just flat out, you get plus your wisdom modifier extra charges. Is that way too much?
If that feels like it, if you're worried about it, it could just be a more static number than that, one that you have more control over.
Could be.
It could be it could be like you have 1 more charge, and then at level, is this a class or a subclass?
Subclass.
So it could be like you get 1 more charge, and then at somewhere, and like that it grows to 2 more charges at level 13, and like 3 more charges at level 17 or whatever, if you feel like you want it to grow more.
Yeah, could do something.
Sort of like how like fighting spirit works.
Yeah, I thought that probably won't have more than like a +2 or 3, since you're a fighter. So you're probably going.
Yeah,
to
I mean,
like
it's really it just comes down to
armor.
how much control you want the player to have over that versus how much you want to control its growth.
Yeah. Although it could be cool to just give them the option that if you want to have like 5 extra charge of this healing thing.
Oh yeah, for sure. There's nothing wrong with letting the player determine it. It's just that's the thing you got to think about. That's what you're doing when you make it tied to a stat. You are giving the player agency in deciding how many charges it has, and you are also giving the player an incentive for that character to be wisdom based more so than your average fighter.
I was going to invest like or have some abilities slightly geared toward wisdom because of especially like Bloodborne's like the thing with like insight and like seeing things beyond reality.
Whenever you tie a resource to a stat that is not the class's main stat, what you are also doing is implying to the person using it that they should be investing in that stat. So you want to benefit, you want to like reward them for doing that as much as possible, because otherwise it can sort of feel like it's like a big commitment for a small get back, you know? Like if that's the only thing that's really wisdom focused, it might not feel great. So if you end up not making anything else wisdom based, I might push back and say find something that is just either more standard or something else, so that they don't feel like they're too stat dependent in a bunch of different directions.
Yeah, that's good advice.
But I like the idea. Whenever I'm doing that thing where I'm trying to make something inspired by a video game or a character in like a different type of game, the biggest struggle for me is always deciding between how much am I trying to emulate another game's mechanics into D&D versus how much am I trying to emulate the vibe of the thing through D&D mechanics. And there isn't like a right or a wrong to get it ideal. It's going to be different for everything. But that's like a really, I don't know, it's a fun headspace to be in. Excuse me. Was that it? Was there anything else I could help you with? Thoughts, feelings?
That was pretty much it.
Cool. Anything else before I hang up on you?
Nope.
All right, click. Man, we haven't spoken to Matt in a hot second. Let's give him a round of applause. Thank you for calling in. If you were about to ask me ideas for Bloodborne mechanics in D&D, I would have been so disappointing because I've never played Bloodborne. The only Dark Souls games that I've played was Elden Ring. And I didn't beat Elden Ring, but it wasn't because I got frustrated. I kind of got bored, but not because it was boring, but because I get bored of games. I have a hard time playing a long game if there isn't a story that's holding me in, or there's not an element of me playing with other people. And I know Elden Ring does a really good job of like environmental storytelling, but it's definitely a mechanics focused game. And I think for me, I fall off of them. Maybe one day we'll go back and we'll play more Elden Ring. Maybe we'll play Bloodborne one day. Folks, we are here doing D&D Homebrew Helper. You can call in by joining the Discord and going to the waiting room. You can also send in some homebrew and ask a question. We can look at your homebrew live on stream, or you can just chat. You can also ask a question in the chat if you don't want to call in and you don't have any homebrew you want to send in. And if you want to call in or you want to ask a question, it doesn't need to be homebrew related. That is the general theme of the show, but I do not mind a Dungeon Master player question. I do love them. I'm into them. I accept them. Guys, I have a very busy video making schedule right now. I have to make too many videos because I was slacking. All right, let me bring Zane on. Zane is our next caller. Zane, what's up, buddy? Oh, Zane left? Zane, where'd you go? Zane, why did you hang up? You disappeared when I pulled you into the chat room. Was that an unintentional thing? If you want to join... Yeah, all right, let's try again. Hi. Why are you disappearing whenever I try to pull you into the room? Zane, go back to the waiting room. Let me try that one more time. All right, we're gonna try an experiment here. I don't know what is happening, but you get pulled out of the room as soon as I pull you in. I don't know what's going on. Looks like I don't think he's hanging up on me. I don't know what's happening here. Huh. I don't know, buddy. I'm not sure what's going on. Maybe turn Discord off and back on, or check your settings or something. Because I don't know what's going on. We could try one more time, but I don't know if it's going to be any different. And if you're trolling me, you're doing excellent, but I don't think you are. Man, if this was a troll, it'd be honestly a really fantastic one. Who's raiding me? What's up, Yappers, Yearn D&D? How's it going? Welcome, welcome. We are talking Dungeons and Dragons, looking at people's homebrew, answering their questions when they're able to get on the line. We're having a little bit of a Discord hiccup with our one listener at the moment. I don't know why I can't bring them into the room. Zane, unmute for a second in the waiting room. Unmute in the waiting room. All right, there we go. I don't know why that needed to happen, but that's what made it work. I'm a champion. How's it going, buddy?
So I was on my PlayStation because it was just easier for me to join the Discord from there. But I guess PlayStation just does not like it when you try and pull it anywhere except where it wants to go. So, I mean, there you go.
Gotcha.
Another reason.
Did you send in some homebrew for us to look at, or did you just want to chat?
No, yeah, I had more of like general DM questions. Just
sure. Yeah, let's fucking go. I love it. I love it.
So like, I guess do you want to start with the more like broad question, or do you want to tackle the two smaller ones first?
Why don't you start with whatever is the most important feeling for you?
So whenever I'm drafting like homebrew, I'm typically trying to go into it not with like an idea, and actually I'm very glad that you brought Matt up first, because it had to deal also kind of with the same thing, where I'm trying to like adapt a concept or idea from like a video game into D&D, but it's less about the particular mechanics of it and more about adapting the idea of it. Sure. So like, Goblin Slayer, like we'll make that Kobold Slayer. And like I cover, like, I draft these, villages. I kind of got this whole idea of what the map sort of maybe looks like in my head. But at what point does my home world become fluff? Like, when is a good point to stop?
I think that it depends on, I think the question is sort of, it almost depends on what the point is. Like, if you are having fun and that is part of the joy that you want to get out of it, and it's not like stressing you out, then I don't really think you ever need to stop. Like, in the same way that a lot of people just theory craft weird ways of mashing spells together. Like, if you are liking your world building, regardless of how much it's being used, and liking the sort of like creative puzzle of, figuring out what could be reflavored as what, and if you're just liking that, and that's fine, keep going. But I would say if you're thinking about it more in terms of like how much should you do so that it's good for the game, so
that's enough to run a game,
then I think that's what you need. You only really need as much as you need to run the game. And I think that what that usually entails is enough for the players to feel the localized impact of something, and for there to be a sense of a larger impact of something. So, like, let's say, for example, you wanted to... I haven't seen Goblin Slayer, so I'm going to pull something different. Let's say you want to do, like, a Full Metal Alchemist type campaign.
Okay.
I think that you don't need to have a full working knowledge of the chimeras and the government and who's who and all of this crazy stuff when you start. You kind of just need to present the idea of alchemy, the idea of a militarized nation, and that could literally just be like a little town where there's an army troop that goes through and everybody's like really intensely respectful of them in like a way that's like, oh, are they nice or are they scary? It's hard to tell. Like, you don't need more than that to run the session. And you can kind of build out the details as you build out the world, and a lot of that I think has to do with how much of an impact your characters need to have on it. Like, when you're starting an adventure, a lot of the early campaigns are like, save the town. If your only goal is to save the town, you only need to understand the conflicts of the town. Now, those conflicts of this town might exist in a larger world conflict, but until the players are directly... Until you want to take the story until you want to drive the story towards those larger conflicts, they don't need to be any more clear than vague things that people mention in the background, you know?
I see. Okay. Well, with that in mind, I would appreciate your humble opinion.
Sure.
So covering specific ideas, like I already told you obviously about the whole Goblin Slayer thing, but there's like two more concepts that I appreciate, like the whole quandary of, which is like, the idea of, like this long life species that lives forever and ever, and it's like they live longer than elves, and then another area where it's like humans are able to live forever but only up till a certain point, and then they get euthanized by the medicine that keeps them alive. And these ideas, like, some of them are very, I don't want to say far-fetched, but they're very different from the other ideas that I'd like to present to the players. And I guess the main question then for this would be, like, what's a good way to separate each, I guess, area that makes it feel like the world, I guess, is one contiguous mass? because the only prior example I have is from a mobile game where they separate each concept and area with like its own like mini universe.
Well, I think it depends on how much you want to deal with geopolitics or how much you care about your players questioning geopolitics. Because if your players aren't going to second guess geopolitics, you could just use literally any sort of map and have all of these be different nations or nation states that just share a planet and have different cultures and different laws.
Right.
If you feel like they're going to be so wackily different that the logic of the world is going to be broken without addressing them, then I think you need to either build something in that makes them inherently separate, or think about what those middle grounds between them would sort of be and allow that whatever logically would build from that conflict to be a part of this story. It doesn't even need to be the main part. Like if you build two ideas that would be inherently really against each other, but you don't want to deal with the geopolitics of that, you know, just have the story take place not near the border of one of them. And then you're sort of whatever.
Right.
Or like,
okay.
or, you know, it could be like the story doesn't need to be about a conflict that's happening between nations. That could just sort of be the backdrop for one.
Okay.
Like,
then...
like here, like in, I'm trying to think of an example. Like in X-Men New Class or whatever it is, X-Men First Class. The end of that movie takes place around the Cuban Missile Crisis. Nothing in that movie is about anything to do with the United States' relationship with Cuba and the geopolitics, but it does use that as a setting. Something like that.
Right. Okay. I get your point. Right. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess the last question that I have has to do with a particularly specific thing, which is the whole magic item thing.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, after Baldur's Gate 3, after I played through that monstrosity, and then compared it with the DM book of helpful magic items, my group loves getting useless garbage most of the time, but they still like having things that feel like they have a purpose.
Mm-hmm.
So what are good magic? I say good, but like what process can I or should I take when coming up with like useful, in quotations, magic items? And I've come up with some simple ones where it's like, you know, feature based, like, oh, it's an extra use of lay on hands or an extra use of wild shape or etc. But anything beyond that, I seem to be woefully unprepared for. If
you're trying to create new magic items, I would say think about magic items that would have specific purposes in a world that might not inherently be adventuring. So, for example, maybe there's a magical handle that can be affixed to any medium-sized object or smaller. And when that handle is affixed to that object, that handle can lift the object as if whatever that object was weighed 20 pounds, regardless of what it weighed before. That's a super useful thing to have in the world. I don't know how you'd inherently use it in combat or whatever, but that could be really useful. Or like, like what we were talking about at the beginning of stream, like a wand that lets you cast Unseen Servant. Like what sort of magic items would just exist in a world that the players might find. Also, like joke magic items or cursed magic items can be a lot of fun in that regard too. The other thing that I would say is go look up, just literally Google like semi-useless magic items, and you will find lots and lots of ones that people have made, or like minor cursed magic items, or new common like. I usually start my searches on the Unearthed Arcana subreddit. I really love that subreddit for like finding stuff to use. So if you don't want to have to make stuff or you want ideas for things, I would say look around there too.
All right. Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah. But again, if you're trying to figure out magic items, I think there's two ways to think about it. You can try to come up with wacky magic items that do interesting, unique things, just sort of in space, or you can try to ground them in things that would sort of semi-logically make sense for someone to make, even if that was just for a very niche circumstance that the players might not necessarily want or have, you know?
Right.
I don't think there's a right or a wrong way to go about it, but I do think that if you have no idea what to do, the second one might just be a better place to start because it gives you some boundaries to work within, as opposed to just looking at a blank piece of paper, you know?
Right. No, and you make a good point with like kind of distancing yourself from combat and like not entirely, but enough that you don't really think about the mechanics of it, but think purely about how, you know, what would it be used of outside of the whole like smash monster smash.
It's also a way you can do environmental world building. So like, for example, let's say you have a little village where all the huts are like 150 feet up in the trees, but it's like a really not advanced village and they can't, like, it's not, you don't really understand how or why, like they're walking through, it's like, I don't even know how people built those huts. Like, how'd they get up there? And then you realize there's like some crazy slime monsters that run around the ground all the time. And then once you like get up into one of those huts, you find like that, like the long abandoned of these weird special bamboo poles that you could stick in the ground and they would shoot to 150 feet up. And it's like, oh, that's a really weird, useful item that I can click a button on this pole and it becomes 150 feet long. I'm probably going to come up with something fucking crazy to do for that. But also, now I kind of see how they built these houses because they're built using these weird sort of semi-magical plants that can rapidly grow or whatever. You know, like...
It creates a question that you can then answer.
Yeah, but well, you don't need... That's what's fun is it's like you don't need to answer it because you're just still building a cool little world. But if they put the pieces together, they can answer it for themselves.
Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah. Well, much appreciated.
Very Outer Wilds.
Oh, I need to get to that game. I've never played it.
It's amazing. I have nothing but glory. I feel nothing but glory about it. No spoilers. All right. Any other questions, final thoughts, yearnings, aspirations, things we didn't cover?
You need background music.
I have background music. Is it not loud enough?
It's on YouTube. On your YouTube stream, it's like not playing at all.
I can make it louder.
I don't have it pulled up because I've got you pulled up, but thank you.
Yep.
Much appreciated.
All right. Bye, buddy.
Oh.
Can you guys hear it now? I made it louder. I could hear it before. Now, can you hear it? You could hear the music fine before? It's been a while since we were all one. It's been a long time. It's a big playlist, and some of the songs are louder than others, so it might have also just been might have been some quiet tunes for a bit. All right, let's see. We have 2 more people in the waiting room. If you would like to call in, feel free to join the waiting room in the Discord with a question. If you don't want to call in, that's fine. We can also just look at your homebrew if you want to post it or ask questions in the chat. Let's see, did I miss any new questions in the chat? Let's see. New here, love your content, helps me DM. Oh, that's great. All right, who's next? Sponge is next, then name. Let's get Sponge in here. What's up, Sponge? How's it going, buddy?
It's going good.
Welcome to the show. What can I do for you today?
Oh, you want to give me like $20? Just kidding.
No.
Okay, good. But I did send in a piece of homebrew in the event thing.
All right, let's take a look. A Circle of Souls Druid.
Yeah, kind of like thinking like graveyard druid vibes.
Give her a gander. All right. Let me post it in the chat for other people to put eyes on it too if they want. MD48. Ask your question again when I'm done chatting with Sponge. Sponge.
Yeah.
we're looking at the 3rd level feature?
Yeah, the thing where it's got the 3 different options.
And what are you, is there anything specific you want me to go into the 3rd level feature thinking or with an inquiry in mind?
Yeah, I've been having a hard time sort of deciding if it makes sense to have them all be sort of a little more defensive focused, but in different angles. I had been like playing around with a few different ideas where like, I don't know, I had thought maybe give them a sort of like gishy option for a little while, but like it felt a little weird.
If they are all very combat oriented, then it definitely makes this more of a gish feeling subclass. If that isn't the intention, I might spread them out. The other thing that I would say is if they're all combat focused, it doesn't need to be 10 minutes. That might actually be something worth thinking about.
Yeah.
I think 10 minutes is fine. But the reason why a lot of the Star Druid 10 minutes is because you have elements there that are more open-ended than just combat.
Yeah.
Let me see what they actually do. When a creature you can see within 30 feet of you hits a creature that isn't you with an attack, you can use your reaction to make a ranged attack against them. Does a little bit of psychic damage. Druid spells you cast can deal necrotic or radiant damage. When you cast a leveled spell, you gain temp hit points. When you deal damage to a creature, it must make a wisdom saving throw. On a failure, the target has disadvantage on attacks against targets within 10 feet of you till the start of your next turn. Let me think for a second. I think mostly they're... honestly, my main thought is I feel like they're... If the goal here isn't to be... I guess I'm not seeing... I'm having a hard time spotting symmetry between the 3 features. Like either symmetry in them all sort of doing different versions of a similar thing, or symmetry like them all covering a different aspect. They sort of feel like just 3 features in a way that I don't understand why they're connected or what ties them. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like these features feel like they would fit if there were 12 features and when you picked this subclass, you were picking 3 of them like they were special moves, as opposed to them being the 3 features.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, I kind of see that. They are, like, disparate in ways, yeah. In a lot of ways.
Like, they're all interesting, but I don't see... I don't see the through line. I don't know if it's an issue with if they're all defensive. I think the main thing that you should think about is because they're also specifically tied to like hit points and damage and attacking, this immediately becomes a very gish focused feeling druid. And if that is not the intention, I think that's more important to think about.
Right, yeah.
But that is my main thought. I think that they all work fine individually as features also. Like, I don't think there's anything wrong with any of them. I just don't the way they mix doesn't compute in my brain.
Okay, yeah. I was trying to go for, like, you know, the sort of idea of you're letting different types of, like, people who have passed on inhabit your body, but, like, that's not very, like, there isn't really much of a through line through the 3 options.
Yeah, it just sort of feels like you came up with 3 that you thought were cool, as opposed to coming up with a way of expressing that idea in a synchronized way, which could be fine. Like, there's nothing inherently wrong with that, but that's, I think, worth thinking about. Like, if that's the goal, is that you are you are becoming this a soul conduit, maybe instead of starting with 3 different things that it does, think about almost think about it like this. Almost think about it like you're making a species and a subspecies. Think about what could change or be added, or how you could be affected regardless of what spirit you are being the conduit of, and then build off of that. Like, for example, soul conduit. When you activate this feature, you gain the ability to speak with dead and the ability to see into the whatever, something that you just get that, and then you, depending on the type of spirit, you get some other little thing. It could also be something like that. That could also be a way that you make it combat non-combat, is if you made, maybe the general thing not so specifically combat, and then the unique things more combat focused.
Yeah, no, that is a good idea.
I like the idea. That's a really fun flavor of wild shape alternative, though, is that, like, you are summoning a spirit into you. I like that a lot. That's very fun.
Cool. Thank you.
Yeah, I would say make me feel that more, because I really like that idea.
All right. Well.
Yeah. Any other thoughts, questions, feelings?
Not that I had specifically in mind for this, so.
Cool. All right, no worries. I'm going to hang up on you now. You ready?
Love you.
Oh, God damn it. Oh, my God. There is something that happens when people hang up on me before I can hang up on them if I have the button up, is that the disconnect hang up button moves to where the ban button is. So whenever somebody hangs up on me, if I'm already set up to hang up on them, I almost ban them every time. Haven't slipped yet, though. Here's hoping. Okay. If you're just chiming in, all the steps you need if you want to take Bezos' money. I will, Pasta. I will, thank you. And that's very kind of you. I appreciate the prime. I feel pretty prime. Ooh. Prime rib. What was I saying? Oh, if you want to call in, you do it through the Discord. If you want to send in Homebrew, you do it through the Discord. And you can also just answer questions in the chat. MD48, you asked the question earlier. I want to answer it before I take on the next caller. What did you say? Question. Advice to run an open world fantasy campaign. I was inspired by Breath of the Wild. My main advice, if you are trying to run a game that is specifically open world, is there needs to be something tangible that grounds that world so the players feel like they can actually explore. A big aspect of what makes open world games work is seeing something really far in the distance and deciding I'm going to try to walk to it. Or looking at a map and deciding I'm going to try to go somewhere. In D&D, all we have is theater of the mind or like pieces of art. So that can be hard to do. So the most important thing, I think, if you are trying to do like a big expansive open world, especially something like Breath of the Wild, where it's a lot about exploring old places and things like that, is literally making a map and giving it to your players and saying, you are here, and covering it with little drawings of places that they can go to and explore. If you give the players a map and there's a big crazy mountain ridge and you put a strange twisting upside down tower on that mountain ridge, they know that there's a crazy upside down tower on that mountain ridge they can go explore, and they can decide to travel to that. You know? So that's really the most important thing. Give them a map. They need something tangible that they can decide to chart a path through. One of my favorite campaigns I ever ran, the whole plot of the campaign was it was basically Eldritch Horror Oregon Trail. And it was about a caravan that needed to get to this one really far outpost across like an Arctic wasteland. And I gave them a map of the Arctic wasteland. And they got to chart their own path through it. And that was so much fun. It was so much fun. You could listen. You could also draw it on. It doesn't need to be big. The map. I wish I had it in front of me. The map that I used for my campaign that was like that was just a 8x11 piece of paper, and I didn't write anything on it. That's not true. I wrote like the names of known places, but a lot of the symbols on it, I didn't write names of things because I didn't plan out what they were yet. I didn't need to. They were so far away. I didn't need to know what they were. You know, it's going to take them a session or two to get to a place usually. But then I had like a key that was separate. So you don't need a giant piece. You can literally just use printer paper if you want. I never do XP leveling just because that's more work. I like milestone leveling. I feel like it's easier, more balanced, and easier, and I have less work to do. Less work, more me likey. In-universe maps? Yes, in-universe maps can be great. How should you run milestone leveling in an open world? Well, the players should level as they hit big milestones. That's what milestone leveling means. So maybe after they defeat a particularly important, maybe after they defeat a villain, or maybe after they save a person and a big deal. Like, it also depends on how quickly you want their power to scale in the game. If you want to run a game that's slower paced, you know, make it slower paced. But it's called milestone leveling specifically because it is about leveling at milestones. So whatever you feel is like the end of a chapter in the campaign or something like that could be a good way to do it. My players in my home game right now, I very intentionally am running the leveling sort of amped up, or I was. We haven't played in a while, because I wanted them to. We all just agreed we kind of wanted to do big crazy power fantasy, and a lot of the game was sort of video game-ized for the purposes of the plot. They were trapped in basically a video game, so they leveled up really fast. But that was also with intention. They leveled up like every 2 sessions or something like that. All right, let's grab name. Name.
Hey, can you hear me?
A name by any other name. How's it going, buddy?
Yeah, exactly. I am good. I have some mechanical questions. I wanted to know how you can help me out here.
Sure.
Because I'm trying to build a warlock.
Ooh, warlock.
So,
I love a warlock.
Yeah. So the problem I often have is that I have ideas and then I go, is this too weird for D&D? And so the thing I wanted to do was to do something that is mechanically similar to Wild Shape for a warlock. It's not Wild Shape. You're not turning into a new creature. You don't have a different health bar. It's way weaker. But it's a bonus action concentration thing that changes your form.
So I guess my question is, what is it doing then? Like, in what way is it changing your form?
So I think it's probably going to reduce your movement speed, and
let's pause.
Yeah.
What is the goal? Like, if you were describing this like it wasn't a D&D mechanic, what are you changing into?
Yeah. So I wanted to make a warlock that has a patron of effectively a titan or a mountain or something of like very slow. I don't know if that makes any sense, but I figured that you could have basically a form where you become slower, but potentially can either hit harder or a little bit sturdier. And it would be a concentration kind of bonus action kind of deal. But there's not anything close to that in the standard Warlock fare. And I'm wondering how out of the box that even is. And if so, where do you put it?
So I think you could definitely do something like that. I think that the closest thing to what you're describing sort of already exists in the game in the form of either the Path of the Giant Barbarian or the Rune Knight, both of which are based around, like the Path of the Giant Barbarian is sort of the flavor you just described, but both of them are built around a core class feature where you become very big. My thought process to you would be, how much of a difference does your size, strength, or movement speed impact a warlock, actually?
So
because
in
warlocks are
Yeah.
9 times out of 10 ranged and squishy and using spells or the spell casting to fight. So I think that more important than capturing that, it's more important it would be, why is this a warlock? And what specifically is this subclass going to do that's supporting the warlock as a player?
So the things that I would want to give you, I wouldn't want to give you a size increase. I would just want to give you potentially either a small boost to AC, or potentially kind of like a type of meta magic that applies to your spells while you're in this form. So some kind of positive, some kind of thing that you actually want. And a lot of the warlock stuff will be things like, if you don't expend movement this turn, then you have advantage on concentration saving throws, or something like that, so that I don't screw you over by being a static figure or something like that. But it would have to build on itself, and my biggest concerns are things like the general playstyle of a warlock is often to cast a big spell that you're concentrating on, and then just like cantrip the heck out of the guy, and that's
For
cool.
sure.
But the problem is that I'm like giving a warlock a concentration on a thing that isn't just a cool spell that they can cast, can kind of potentially go against that playstyle, and that's often where my concerns are lying.
Why is it so important that this core feature requires concentration?
I guess it doesn't have to have it. That's fair. But my inspiration originally was like the Druid wild shape thing. So it was a similar thing, but that's fair.
But that's not concentration related. Wild shape has nothing to do with concentration.
That's fair. That's fair. I just wanted to, like, originally that was kind of the headspace. So I wanted to have I also didn't want this to be like an actual super buff or anything. I wanted it to be a minor thing, but having a different form for a warlock is a little bit, again, atypical.
I mean, it is and it isn't. For example, I think it's really just a matter of the way that you describe its flavor. I will get, like, for example, the Fathomless Warlock exists, right? The Fathomless Warlock doesn't change shape. It doesn't have different forms. But you could totally reflavor its summoning tendrils as you growing a crazy mutant arm that you can whip around at people. Like, you know, it changing form, especially the way that you're putting it, sounds like it's changing form is not really changing form. It's just giving you some buffs and debuffs. It's just make it it could just be like a feature, like just like literally a thing that you activate, or like that it can use a number of times per day or whatever. In the same way that the Fathomless tentacles are.
Yeah, that's fine. The other thing is, like, do you put that at the beginning? Because I think Fathomless, that is a level 1. The tentacles. That seems reasonable. Well,
I mean, it really depends on what the thing does, like what mechanical boosts it gives you, and how often you can use it. Yeah,
that's fair. But yeah, as I said, I'm trying to break. I'm trying to do this where you're like, okay, mechanically, is this too much? It's not even because I'm not.
I don't think it's too much to give you a because I think that you are not really, you're focusing sort of on the flavor more than the mechanics, is the way that it sounds like. Mechanically, it could literally be you activate it, you get a +2 bonus to your AC and -10 to your movement speed. It could literally just be that. That's not mechanically too much. So, like, it really just depends on, like, what you want it to actually do. Because I would say focus on that before you worry about the idea being too heady. Because it doesn't, mechanically, it might not be too complicated at all.
Yeah, no, my concern was originally things like using a bonus action to do stuff as a warlock is sometimes, I often see that people kind of avoid doing that in the standard stuff, which is the concerns I have. Stuff like mechanic, or originally, as I said, I was going to tie it to something like concentration.
I mean, I don't know if that might just be, that might be a thing that's less of a rule and more of just like a happening of circumstance. Because there's a lot of warlock features that just happen. You know, a lot of them aren't anything. And I'm pretty sure, actually, the tendrils are a bonus action. I actually think there's a lot of warlock bonus action features now. Tendrils are definitely...
the bonus action lets you move them. Yeah, okay.
and attack with them.
Oh
yeah. So there's a whole lot, and there's others too that are bonus actions.
I've never made a warlock, and I'm being cautious.
Yeah. So I would say don't make assumptions. And build what you want it to do mechanically, and then worry about if it's too complicated and too much.
Yeah. I'm not trying to make it too heady, because warlock subclasses aren't super powerful. The warlock is kind of built in, like...
They're pretty powerful, I think.
The subclass, the warlock itself is a good class. But
warlock subclasses are... I mean, they're not weak, but they're not... I mean, they're not... Yeah. But they're not overpowered, but they're not weak.
Yeah, Right.
So I would say get out of your head, start writing down mechanics.
Okay. I came up with this, like, when you posted the thing of, like, hey, I want to do a heavy critique. I'm like, I can write something for that. So if you see that in 2 days, that's what that is.
All right, well, don't be upset when I yell about things being underdeveloped in it. I know you don't care, but I just need to reiterate.
Oh, no, I get it.
All right. But I was going to say, the idea of your patron being like a mountain is very cool. It's a weird, cool idea. So I think if you feel like you have some things in there that you feel good about, lean in, start writing it out, and see how it feels.
I literally have a dice system for just like roll a random class, and I roll a magic element in my stupid system of elements. And that's how I make everything at this point.
That's great, man. That's actually, I think, a wonderful way to homebrew.
Because I have a pretty good color identity kind of thing. So
yeah, that's awesome. That's really fun. Playing little mini games with yourself to force you to come up with interesting ideas is a great way to grow as a writer.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna hang up on you unless you have another question, thought, yearning, or aspiration, or thing you want to share.
I was going to ask, I don't know how much time you have, I was going to ask if you have a preferred safety tool.
It depends on who I'm playing with.
Okay.
I'll be very honest. When I'm playing with my OG home game group, we don't use any safety tools. And I will also say it is probably the least... It's like, it is... I would never want anybody to assume that is the way a game should be run. But like with my core group of players that I've been playing with for, at this point, I've also known most of these people for like 20 years. Right. We've been playing together for like 5+ years. If some of them much longer. But we just, the closest thing I use to a safety tool with that group is a session 0 where everybody makes sure they understand like the tone and vibe of the campaign we're going for. Because with those people, if anybody does anything super weird, I just tell them to shut up and stop being weird. Or they, at this point, don't be weird.
Yeah.
In terms of real safety tools, there is a thing that I have no idea where to find right now, but there's a really nice lines and veils like document that people use, and I'm sure it can be found pretty easily.
Yeah. I've seen a bunch of them.
I think lines and veils work well for like if you're doing like a game with new people or like a streamed game. If I'm playing a game with my home friends though, if there's an issue that I have, either I know about it going in, so I'll like just talk to them about it privately beforehand, or I will just, not invite them to that game because I don't want to deal with them in that game.
I feel that. I have the closest, I do the session 0 thing, and I have what I call the dude what the fuck system, which is if something bad happens and it needs talking about, you can basically just say like, dude, what the fuck? And you can be in the session and just be like, hey, don't do that.
Yeah, I've seen people use like X cards. Yeah, that sounds like X cards kind of,
But it's not formal. Right, it's not like point to the thing. It's like, no, but recognize that you can talk to me as a person even in the middle of the game.
Yeah, for sure. I think having something like that can be really helpful. Also, like I can, most people don't have that thing where the people they've been playing D&D with are also the people that they went to summer camp with for 10 years.
Yeah.
So like, it's really good to have something like that in a game if you're playing with any semblance of new people or people that just haven't played before. Just because People get weird. People don't know what boundaries are. People.
Yeah.
And it's not even about being like creepy or inappropriate a lot of the time. It's about like just knowing that like you shouldn't attack other player characters or try to steal from them.
Or
It's
let's
like pretty
not do a
basic
shopping
shit.
episode right now.
Yeah. It can be really basic like communication stuff that I think is good to have a thoughtful process towards.
Yeah, that's it. No more cool stuff.
Pixie Palettes, who's a mod of mine on Twitch and I believe on YouTube also, or on Discord also, said they have the link for that Google Lines and Veils form if anybody wants to take a peek at it.
I've seen it before. They're good.
Yeah, it's good. I mean, I use it for anytime I'm on like a streamed show or anything more public facing. We use it. They're very good.
That's fair.
They're very good. It just makes a lot of things like it just allows you to create a situation that is going to be reasonably comfortable without needing to like get to know everyone really well, which unfortunately you don't always have the time to do.
Yeah, that's why you have the difference between my home game and my game that I play with people who are a little bit less known is that the less known game, I say, this is the dude what the fuck policy. Don't feel bad, I promise. The home game just knows it.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah. Cool. Good question, buddy. Thank you for it.
Later.
If you do make that Warlock, post it in the Discord at some point because I want to see what it looks like. All right, cool. Bye. Click. That was our dear champion of Titans. Lord of names, both known and unknown. Round of applause. Thank you. What is your call on romance in your games and where you draw the line? I'm fine with it. I don't want it to be a big part of my games. I'm much more comfortable with it if it's players wanting to romance each other's characters. I don't love role-playing romance as a dungeon master. It feels weird. So if players want to have romantic relationships with NPCs, they can stay very surface level and we don't really get into them. If players want to have romantic relationships between characters, it has not become an issue with my groups ever where it takes up too much space at the table, but I could see that being a thing. I have seen it take up too much space at the table in other games. But most of my players are mostly into the very traditional D&D side of D&D. Like, they really want to go on adventures and solve mysteries and fight monsters and talk to crazy NPCs. They're not super interested in, like, building nuanced relationships. But if I have two players that both, like, actively want to explore their characters having a romance, I'm fine with that. I think it's only happened twice for me. And one of the times it kind of got, like, brushed to the wayside pretty early. And then another time it was fine. Honestly, what it led to was the biggest impact it had was they were a little bit more nervous when bad things happened to each other's characters. And they would be like, oh, Jojo Banana. Or like when there was like, okay, guys, what are you going to do for your afternoon? And one person would be like, I'm going to go to the stables and ride horses. One person would be like, I'm going to go dig for treasure. And they might be like, we're going to go on a romantic outing together. And that's about as much as it became a thing. Most of my players are middle-aged women and deeply childish men. So I think that whether or not they want to do romance in real life, I don't think they're coming to D&D with that in mind. Maybe. Who's to say? All right. We got 3 people in the waiting room. Next is Shades, the Mouth Man. Just wanted to pop in and say thank you for all your shorts. Undad Zombie, you're very kind. You're very kind indeed. Guys, I figured out why my computer overheated during Outer Wilds. It was because I was using a plugin that was too powerful. Ironically, I was using the plugin because I was trying to use my air conditioner, and the plugin was overheating my computer in a way that was making it so I shouldn't have been using the air conditioner. It was so stupid. What's up, Shades? How's it going, buddy?
I've been expecting you.
Oh, enchanté, mon ami. Tell me, good sir, are we looking at a piece of homebrew today, or are we just in chat mode?
Yeah, there is a piece of homebrew.
Let me grab it.
Another thing for the Norse myth setting, actually.
Oh, enchanté.
Mm-hmm.
Boom!
So,
boom, I mean. There we go. I boomed into the wrong place. The Bjorn, therefore.
Yeah. Formerly called the Bjorn Knights. I still don't know which name is better. But my problem with the race is I'm not sure it feels distinct enough to justify itself yet. It's got one unique feature, but the rest of it is kind of just common filler stuff.
All right, well, let me see what we're working with here. You get big claws. You get a bonus action. You can unarmed strike. If you with a special attack, you can grapple. Proficiency in nature and druidcraft. Big boy. You either get resistance to cold, a little bit faster, or climbing speed. Okay. I see what you're dealing. Okay. I haven't had this conversation with you before, but I've had this conversation with someone else who had a similar problem before, and it was also with bear people. And here's what I think it genuinely comes down to, is that in its most basic form, a bear is basically big, strong, furry guy. And big, strong, furry guy is not a super unique vibe. So you can bump into hurdles because big, strong, hairy guy is covered in a lot of stuff already. So I think the question to you, and it's the same question I asked the other guy that I talked to about this with, is what aspect of what makes either a bear unique in a way that you would like to highlight above other animals, or what makes this bear people unique in a way that you want to highlight? For example, if you're having a hard time coming up with what makes them weird as a bear, maybe they're magical smithies and they have the ability to make magical trinkets. So once a day you can make like a simple magical trinket that could do one of 3 things, which is not at all bear related, but it could be related to them. If you want to make it bear related, I would say I don't know, man. There's a lot of directions you could go in. You could go into the direction of, like, I mean, you could lean harder into bear hug, not make it an unarmed attack, but make it like just a weird, unique grapple mechanic. You could also make it like not a bad thing. Like, what if you could bear hug an ally, and while you did, they had half cover or something like that? You know what I mean? Like, you could sort of go in other directions if you were worried about trying to give them a variety of different things. I think the idea of a bear hug as a move is a really good direction to go in for like the bear species vibe trying to capture, where you're leaning into like sort of the stereotype mythos of a bear. The last guy that I talked to, we ended up talking for a while about hibernation as maybe a thing you could like pull a mechanic from. But like anything, I think, like, you know, so if you don't want to deal with specifically like bear, literal bear, you could do things related to like the stories of bears or like sort of stereotypes around bears. That could be another direction to go in.
I do have a little bit of that in the race already. It's the reason they have the Druidcraft cantrip. Again, in the setting lore, they were created by the setting's nature god as like guardians of nature.
What's their relationship to bees?
That's a good question.
If you want to lean into them being guardians of nature, what if they are like what if they're like pollen shepherds? So what if they have like a weird relationship to pollinating insects? Maybe in the same way that Yuan Ti have sort of a unique relationship to snakes. Maybe they could have a unique relationship to insects or to bees. I don't know how useful that would be, but that would be weird and unique.
They can already I have in the language tab that they can communicate simple concepts to bears. It wouldn't be too much of a stretch to include bees in that.
If you extended you could also make it related to tiny animals. So that's the way they're sort of like a guardian of the tiny creatures of the forest. That could be another direction to go in. But yeah, bees is it could be a fun direction to go in if you're looking for something. But those are my main thoughts. I don't know exactly what it should be, but think about stereotypes around bears. That might be fun to build a mechanic around, or something unique to these specific bear people. In this case, it sounds like maybe a more magical sort of guardian of nature, shepherd of the forest kind of vibe features.
Yeah. It does run the risk of stepping on the what are they called?
The furbulg.
Furbulg. Yeah.
I think if you make it a little bit. Yes, but I will say the furbulg is a sort of secret misty in the forest shepherd, you know? This could be more of a like if they're like the whisper in the mist, this could be like, you know, the guy in the brightly colored beekeeper suit waving good morning to you. There's a difference between the park ranger and the secret elf that hunts those that litter in it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It does make me think it's a little bit weird there are two races in the game whose defining traits are being big and bulky and stealthy at the same time. Well,
there are, yes, but important distinction. The bugbear are physically stealthy. The furbulg is magically stealthy. And I would argue the stealthy element of the furbulg is minuscule. It's really just the becoming invisible thing.
And I think they get disguise self. That's different from being sneaky, though.
Yeah, that's like magical beguiling kind of shenanigans. But yeah, those are my thoughts. Any other questions, yearnings, aspirations, feelings?
No, I think that's it.
Cool.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Any final thoughts before I hang up on you?
Nope.
All right. And then you're hung up on. I did it quick so you couldn't hang up on me first because I hold the power here. Thank you for the call. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Bear boys. Bear boy, I hardly know boy. That was a stupid one. That didn't make any fucking sense. Okay. Do we have other callers? We have 2 more people in the Discord waiting room. Let's see. We have Lost Dragon and Lambo. Ooh, Lambo. It's been a hot minute, dude. All right, let's get Lost Dragon in here first. And if you would like to call in, just hop into the Discord waiting room. Tradosia, what's up, buddy? Working 8 p.m. to 5 a.m. Oof, man. Night jobs are rough. All right, Soul Dragon. Or should I say Dragon Soul? Also, good to see you, Tradosia.
Hello.
Oh, what's up, buddy? How's it going?
It's going good. How's it going with you?
Very well. Are we looking at a piece of homebrew, or are we just chatting?
Yes, piece of homebrew.
Right,
well, more specifically, yeah, it's like a set bonus.
You have to change the link so that it's publicly available.
No, is it not?
Nope. When I click on it, I have to request access.
Okay. There we go. Anyone with a link.
There we go. Thank you. Yeah, it's good. It's good. It's good.
Yeah. And so this is like a set bonuses for like collecting entire sets. So it's not actually the items. It's more the extra sauce.
Oh, sort of like set items in like Diablo games.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. So what's your question? What are we looking at? What do you want help with?
Well, so it's more the 3 out of 3 because I'm trying to get out of the everything's a combat feature and go more into like role play flavor, like a lot of like utility and like outside of combat stuff. And so
sure.
And this is meant to be like higher tier, like legendary like end game type stuff.
So are you specifically, and these would be like just the features you got from wearing 3 of the set of the Rotten Kings?
Yeah.
Once per long rest, you can summon 1d4 evil-aligned creatures of a CR equal to your charisma modifier, who arrive in 1d4 hours and serve for the day. Noble, knightly, or warlord NPCs treat you as a recognized ruler until proven otherwise. You can cast Geish once per long rest without components, only against evil or neutral aligned creatures. So what are you specifically looking for help with these?
I just want, like, do these feel like, actually kind of like applicable, like abilities that can be used like outside of combat, obviously outside of combat, but like it's also a bit not really balancing, but more like, do you actually see use for them? Well, the first one.
I would say the first one is definitely a combat feature.
Okay.
Making it take an hour to activate doesn't make it a not combat feature. You're still getting access to 4 potentially pretty high CR monsters, considering what your charisma modifier could be when you get access to this.
Okay.
If your charisma modifier is +5, that means you could be summoning 1 CR5 monster.
Yeah.
That's a combat feature.
Okay. Because I was kind of thinking of minions like running errands, because you can't be everywhere at once, or like spies or informants, but I could definitely say extra bodies definitely obviously helps.
Well, you could make it do something like that. I would just make it more specifically do that then. Like you can summon 1d4 minions, and then you make a stat block for them, and then you can like send them out to do stuff. But I would also say that like this is probably very game dependent, but I have never played a D&D game where players wanted to have things that were like minions that were doing like menial tasks or resource management tasks for them. I don't really run games like that, so I just wouldn't use a feature like that. But if that's something that you like in your games, where there's an element of like a SimCity kind of element to the way that you run your games, or like that sort of thing, or more survival-y or whatever, something that could work. But if it's just the CR, it's just an evil monster, that's like a million monsters that are all very good at combat. So if you want this to be like, you get a bunch of little minions that can go be bandits and that could go be spies for you to find information, just like literally make it what you want it to be, as opposed to making it so open-ended. The second one, I think, I sort of feel the same way. I think that works fine for a home game. I do think that it's a little bit too much for just say, hey, go use this, any dungeon master, because I feel like it would lead to conflict at the table between a player and a dungeon master's understanding of what a noble, knightly, or warlord NPC is. Like, that's not a defined term, so it sort of just leaves it like up to the dungeon master to just decide. And if a player, whenever you leave things too much like that, it's sort of doing this weird situation where you're giving the dungeon master more work in order to use the homebrew, and then also you're creating enough of a gap of potential misunderstanding that a player, you don't want to create too many situations where a player tries to use an item and it doesn't work the way that they want it to work because they and the dungeon master have a different understanding of its application. And this requires basically you to ask the dungeon master at literally every NPC if they are noble, knightly, or a warlord. Or to try to debate that I think they should be knightly. They seem knightly. You know what I mean? So that's one element of why I don't love that. The other is this is, it's a little bit too, I don't know how powerful your other stuff is going to be, but I would say to just be like, not only are creatures inherently basically charmed by you, but assume you are their ruler and like a king, essentially. That's like artifact level powerful item. If not, you know what I mean? Like that's game breaking item that like I wouldn't let players have access to for more than maybe a session. So that's just a me thing. But be more specific, and also I wouldn't be quite so black and white with how powerful. Like, don't just like, that's a big brush to paint. That's a big broad stroke. You know what I mean?
Okay, I do.
Yeah.
Okay. And then for the second one, I also like have trouble putting into perspective how like other people might interpret this, because I'm trying to be more like creative or open ended with like flavor stuff that's just not like pure, get these stats or do these like. But I guess that then also leaves it too open to interpretation.
If you don't include mechanics in your homebrew, you're not actually writing homebrew for people to use.
Yeah,
you're writing a homebrew. You're writing an idea for a homebrew that you're asking a dungeon master to interpret on the fly.
Yeah.
If I make a magic hat and it says everybody thinks you're a little silly, but creatures that have a traumatic history are gonna sing you a song or something like that, that just means I, as a dungeon master, have to figure out how to interpret. What does it mean they think you're a little silly? Does that affect charisma checks? Is that just like a way that affect literally just the way I role play them? Like, what is that doing? Does that affect insight? Like, how do I determine when or when not to use that feature and how it impacts the game? Like, you're just throwing a lot of questions at the dungeon master. So it could work for your home game if you don't mind that. But if your goal is to make stuff that anybody can use, even if you're making something that mechanically is a little bit untethered, it needs to be grounded in terms of the way it interacts with the world, or rather the way it interacts with the game mechanics.
Okay, I got it. Okay.
Because I could just say, here's a magic sword, and the sword says, you carry within you the flame of eternity. Any creature you hit with the sword is struck with celestial fire in their heart. What the fuck does that mean? Sounds cool. I don't know what it means. You know what I mean?
Yes, sir. Okay.
So you can make features open-ended in use without worrying about making them open-ended in mechanics. I think a really good example of that is like the immovable rod. The immovable rod does exactly what it does. It's very simple. You click a button, it can't move. There are very specific mechanics for how it can move again. But it's still, I think, one of the more creative items people figure out how to do something with. So if you're worrying about trying to like give them unique options, lean into things that you think like the players might like playing around with, but that you can still ground in something.
Okay. Got it.
Like, I'll give you an example. Let's say you want to keep this second bullet kind of as is.
Yeah.
You could say, for example, I don't even know how I would do it for specifically like noble or high class creatures, but the mechanic could be something like you have advantage on any charisma checks you make against creatures that are noble or warlords or something like that. Like, even that would help focus it in a little bit because it would give a mechanic to it. But I don't know. I think at the end I'm a pretty firm believer in, if you want to keep it open-ended, you totally should. You don't need to worry about building it as a magic item then. You just need it to work enough to work in your game. If you are trying to figure out how to write magic items and trying to learn how to like build game mechanics, then you got to lean into the mechanics. At least enough that it's not making the dungeon master do more work to incorporate it.
Okay.
They can have to do a little work, but
yeah,
you don't want to just, because if they have to do all the work, then it's just an idea for a magic item, which is, again, maybe fine, but it's not the same as a magic item.
Not the same as a magic item. Okay.
Yeah, you know?
Yeah. So, and just a quick question. You don't actually have to go through the entire second feature, because I haven't played a lot with like, not wizards, but how much is like for attunement also thought the idea of like messing with concentration, like how, like, is that the way it is for, because for a good reason that it kind of breaks balance, being able to attune to far more than the normal.
I don't, can you just, I'm
the second
attunement
feature,
the way that attunement works normally is that it's used to balance the game so that players aren't stacked with overpowered magic items. And then it's also to a lesser extent used when sort of from a plot or like logic perspective, it makes more sense, like literally in the story, for the item to be requiring attunement. Okay. That's like the main reason for it. The only thing I would say about items not requiring attunement or deciding that you have more attunement slots is it kind of steps on the toes of the artificer. Like, one of the main artificer features is the fact that they get extra attunement slots. So that's just something to think about.
Okay.
Elite encounters, what's up? It doesn't need to be. So situationally, it could be busted. What is it doing here specifically?
Here it is basically almost like to like symbolize a bond.
No. I'm not asking about symbolizing. I want to know literally what mechanics it does.
It, after a period of time of being attuned, they no longer contribute to your attunement cap, basically kind of giving you them semi for free.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't put that on an item unless those items weren't that strong. Like, it essentially it depends on your game, but that's like, I would say that's a good mechanic if you are trying to run like prestige D&D, which is like level 20 plus, where you want your players to be crazy stacked with power. So having like artifact level items just become a part of their core kit would allow them to get other artifact level items later on. But if you're trying to run D&D within like the standard balance of D&D, I would avoid that.
Okay, these definitely are on the, very much end game side of.
I mean, even here's the only issue I'd say. Even if it's end game, making them no longer require attunement slots essentially means they could essentially have double the power of 3 artifact items or 3 legendary items, especially if it's end game. So like, it's sort of just a matter of like, how do you feel about that? Like, if they're already sitting with like an AC of 22 and a plus 15 to their attack roll because they have so many magic buffs and boons from like armor and weapons and stuff, do they need that again to feel good? I don't know. I would say no, but that's just me. I would say they need that again to feel good if the game is going to go on for a long time in that space, and the players are the type of players that feel like they like the crunch of getting new items regularly.
Okay.
But if that's not specifically what you're going for, I would avoid that, because it's just taking already pretty powerful magic items and then like pushing that power level up to the totally unbalanced.
Okay.
Because also, what happens if one person has a set and another person doesn't? Then it creates a situation where one person could have 6 attuned magic items and one person could only have 3. And it sort of not only compounds the problem for the dungeon master, but now that problem extends to the players in terms of things being unbalanced as well. Does the game feel fun if one player has a 24 AC and a plus 16 to their attack roll, and everyone else has a 18 AC and plus 10 to their attack roll? I don't know. Maybe. I think it's worth thinking about.
Probably not. Okay. Last thing is just general tips and tricks. If I for more doing like set bonuses, like try to try to keep them toned down, or like any like rules of thumb for bonuses. So for you collected all 6 pieces of this legendary armor, gets XYZ.
Again, I think if I were you, I think it depends on how powerful you want this to be.
Okay.
Like, you could look to, there's not a right or a wrong answer there. You can build an item to be exactly as strong as you intend it to be. So I would maybe look at artifacts as a place to be like the cap of power. But, like, keep in mind that whatever features you give it when these are all together, it probably shouldn't be a lot of things, because you are already getting a lot of things from having all 3 of the items. Like, assuming that each item does a minimum of 2 things, that is already 6 new things you get. If any of them do more than 2 things, that's more. So you don't need much more than 1 or 2 more new things, especially if you want them to be kind of nuanced. Like, if they're kind of simple or bland, not bland, but if they're simple, then you could have more. Like, it's getting a resistance or something is fine. But if you're trying to come up with like these are like 3 brand new features, it's just it could be a lot.
Okay.
I would also say, and this is more of my personal opinion, I don't think you ever want your magic items to overshadow your class. So there's a part of me that's like, I do feel like you could dance with that very easily if you overdo it.
Yeah, I could see that.
Like, you don't want to be in a situation where the player feels like if they're not using this one specific item, they are playing the game worse, or that their items now feel like their character more than their character class does. That's also just a good rule of thumb for balancing, I think.
Okay, I will definitely keep that in mind. We're being, the player class, not items.
I would say items should almost always be there to uplift the character, not vice versa.
Okay.
But again, what the line of overpowered there is totally is different depending on your table. If you are trying to balance this for I want anybody to be able to use this without worrying about balance, then I think you should probably compare these 3 items to other legendary items that already exist and look at some artifacts or artifact level items for ideas of what the combined power could be. Not to be like, oh, I'm going to pull all of these things from the artifact. Like, keep in mind, again, all of your items are already giving stuff. So you are already using a lot of the power real estate there. So maybe pick like one artifact level thing. So like, for example, if let's say all 3 of these items were for a cleric, okay? Or for a paladin or something like that. Like a holy avenger, a holy warrior, a holy somebody. There is a book in D&D as an artifact. It's called the Book of Exalted Good, I think. And it's an artifact item. It does like 12 things. But the most powerful thing it does is that whenever you I think it's paladin or cleric. It might just be cleric. But whenever you cast a cleric spell, you can treat that spell as being cast as 1 level higher. So first level spell slot gives you a 2nd level spell power. And it's just always on. So like a feature like that, you could take out and put in here, but don't pull a whole artifact as examples. Just pick one feature, because you are essentially creating like an artifact aura that you're putting on top of a group of legendary items.
Okay.
Book of Exalted Deeds is the name of it. Yeah. Exalted Deeds and Vile Darkness. Cool. Does that somewhat guide and answer a little bit?
That does.
Cool.
Yes.
Cool. Well, thank you for sharing. I appreciate it.
I appreciate your wisdom.
Any final thoughts, questions, yearnings, aspirations before I hang up on you?
Nope. Much love, smooches.
That was the most uncomfortable I was ever made in 2 syllables on live stream before. So, be proud of yourself. Smooches. Gross. Smooches are for where cooties come from. Anyway, thank you for the call. You're a champion. All right, we don't have anyone else in the waiting room, but we do have some homebrew that people sent in with questions. So what we're going to do now is we're going to shift gears, and we're going to start going through the stuff that people posted. And if you would like to interrupt me going through that stuff with a question that you are asking in the chat, you can. Or if you want to join me on a call, you can just hop in the front of the line. Bippity-boppity, swippity-swappity. Oh, it looks like Lambo just decided to do that. Let me grab Lambo. I'm going to grab you in 2 seconds, Lambo. Okay, there they are. Boom! Hello, Lambo. What's up? You must unmute, good sir. Lambo. Lambo, you are muted. Oh. I can't hear you. Your microphone connected? Oh, I can kind of hear you. Yeah, I can hear you now. What's up? Hello.
Okay. Hello. How are you?
I'm good. How are you? All right.
Oh, here.
Make sure you're listening in Discord and not on stream.
Sorry.
Sure
okay. Here, let me mute on stream.
Yeah, mute stream and just listen in Discord.
Okay. And then I hop over to where?
Discord.
Yeah, I'm on Discord. Do I go?
Can you hear me in Discord?
Am I? Yes. Can you hear me?
Then we're fine. Then we're good. We're good.
Okay.
All right.
Perfect.
So we are looking at a. Hello. We are looking at a College of Remedies bard. Yeah. How are you doing, buddy? It's been a hot minute.
Yes. I'm doing great. Yeah, just going to school, finishing up there, and having fun.
Have you written any fun theater play? Are you still being a playwright?
Yes, I am. That's good memory. I'm impressed. Yeah.
You think I forget? An elephant never forgets, and I used to be an elephant.
Never.
Which is why I only sometimes forget.
Exactly. I'm the same way. But
Let me ask you a question,
fun,
because we haven't talked about. Okay, we're going to talk about your homebrew in 2 seconds, but let me ask you another question. So, well, the last time we talked about theater stuff, you were kind of just getting into it. Is there a specific type of writing or that you like more? Are you more like are you more into writing longer things, shorter things? Have you found like a vibe or a niche that you like, or are you still very much like I like it all?
The vibe for me, yeah, I really like storytelling. That's what my thesis. So I got my master's degree at clown school.
Yeah.
And my thesis was in storytelling, and that really was what got me. So I really like long form prose, poetic storytelling. That's my favorite.
Word. Well, it's good to have you back, buddy.
But this is my bard.
Yeah, so tell me about your bard and then ask me a question. Or tell me what you want help with.
Okay, so I wanted a healing-centric bard.
Mm-hmm.
My idea was kind of a Patch Adams kind of medical clown, like helping with medicine. I kind of had a lot of ideas, so I threw them all in with the idea of cutting some of them. I just don't know what works and what is too much. I feel a little overtuned right now.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so let's see what we get at 3rd level. We get Spare the Dying, and we get Bard spells. Whenever you gain a Bard level, you gain these healing spells at the Bard level listed. Is the intention here that you get these spells for free, or that they're added to your Bard spell list? Yes. I guess they're already on the Bard spell list. For
free was the idea.
Yeah. I wouldn't write the spell levels. I mean, you could, but I would, just for simplicity's sake, I would literally write the level that you get the spell.
Yeah.
I think that would actually just be easier to read.
Okay.
That's not what you were asking, but I couldn't help myself. Okay. Let me see what the other one is.
That helps a lot.
Your bardic inspiration has potential benefits, can be utilized, keep it blah, 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 blah. Whenever a creature rolls one of your bardic inspiration die, it regains hit points equal to the result. Also, if a creature would regain hit points from a spell or feature, they can expend bardic inspiration die to regain the maximum amount. Okay, so yeah, I think that you are. I think this is doing a little bit too much, but it's not doing that much too much. Honestly, because what you've done here is between these 3rd level features, you have essentially 4 features. I think each one of these has a big feature and then a little feature. So this 3rd level feature has the big feature, which is the free spells, and then a little feature, which is Spare the Dying. Oh, and another little feature, which is medicine. I missed that. So this one has more little features. This 3rd level feature has 2 features. It has the bardic inspiration healing, and it has the maximum healing on the spell thing. So I would just cut some of that out. I would drop the also on the 2nd, 3rd level feature. I would drop everything after that. I might drop Spare the Dying or medicine skill or both to just keep the spell list. That's sort of my main feeling right now. I see we're doing something with the medicine check at level 6, so maybe keep the medicine skill if that feels like they tie together. But that's kind of the only place, like, if everything else is just doing one thing, it looks like it's probably fine other than that. Let me look at 6th level. You can add your charisma modifier to your wisdom. Oh, fuck that. Okay, get rid of this thing at 6th level. That should just be what you get at 3rd level. At 3rd level, you should get 3 features. Bardic Inspiration, heals, free spells, and you can use charisma for your medicine checks, or you can add your charisma to your medicine checks. Just make that 3rd level, and that's fine. That's 3 things. Is it a little bit more than things get at 3rd level? Yeah, but it's one of the medicine check thing is so situational. It's basically a rhythm feature. As an action, you can touch a conscious creature, lift their spirits, roll a charisma medicine check. So many bardic inspiration die rolled. Does not expend them. Total against temporary hit points equal to the amount rolled. Yeah, no, this isn't bloated. This is fine. These are fine.
Hell yeah.
When you target a
creature, I wanted a non-spell.
Let me just read the last one. Sorry. Whenever you target a creature within yourself with a spell that would allow them to regain hit points. Expend your bardic inspiration. Okay, cool. Yeah, no, this isn't bloated at all, dude. The third level's a little packed, but it's half packed in ways that it doesn't need to be. So just move the 6th level thing to 3rd level, cut out some of the 3rd level, and I think you're gravy.
What do you think, last thing, because I really like the expend the bardic to get the full hit points. Is that just a cut in your mind? Just totally remove that?
Here's what I would say. If it's not cut, I think you change it so that is the only thing your bardic inspiration die does. But you have the ability to use it also. So you could, for example, cast Cure Wounds, expend a bardic inspiration to max the hit points. So make it work with make it less less niche and more specifically tied to you. And I think that would work better if you wanted to keep that. Like
I love that. Yeah,
if you get rid of the heal through bardic inspiration, it needs to be more actively usable. And by them expending the bardic inspiration, that means it only works if they have the bardic inspiration. So there's 2 steps to that process. So remove that middle step. I also think that I don't know if I would make it do the max of the spell or not. I might play around with the numbers there to see how strong that is. If it feels too strong, it might feel too strong. I can't tell. I'd have to think about it a little bit. Play around with it. It might be fine. My gut says it's fine at lower levels, but could be cheesable or overpowered at higher levels. But I can't tell off the top of my head.
You could just do a 5th level or lower spell. Just limit spell levels. You know?
Yeah, I'm really not sure. I'm really not
exactly
sure.
The direction.
I honestly think that it's playtest. It's in playtest space at that point where it's like, try it, and if it works, don't worry about it. And if it doesn't work, then you just change the healing to based on one or several rolls of your bardic inspiration die. It could literally be they heal an additional amount equal to your bardic inspiration die, and it's 1 die per level of spell slot used. So if they use the 3rd level spell, it's 3 rolls of the die, etc.
Oh yeah.
So if the max doesn't work, that could work instead.
Yep. I like this switch. Thank you so much for the help. That really helps.
The only other thing that I would say is that if you are going to be doing something at 3rd level that now is essentially healing by expending bardic die, and the healing is based off of the bardic die, it's not exactly the same as the 6th level feature, and the way that the 6th level feature works is totally different in that it's like using a medicine check. It's completely different. But there is a if you had the wrong prescription of glasses on, they would feel similar. Does that make sense what I'm saying?
Yes.
So that might be worth fiddling with. The other thing that you should maybe play around with, and I would encourage you to think about here, is one of my favorite mechanics in D&D, and I don't think it's applicable in a lot of circumstances, but it could be here, is something that some rogues get, where, and I think one type of bard already gets, where if they roll lower than a 10 on a certain type of skill check, it just counts as a 10. So you could do something like that with medicine or something like that here and play in that space, where if you didn't want to do the temp hit points thing, you could go in the direction of you're just weirdly great at medicine and something else, or whatever vibe you wanted to go in. Not saying you should do that at all, but that is a direction you could go in if you wanted to.
Absolutely. This is so helpful. I already know some edits I want to do, so thank you.
Cool, man. Did we cover everything? Were there any other questions or aspects or yearnings or aspirations or anything?
No, just thank you, and you rock, dude. Thank you.
Oh, that was I accept that compliment, but that was so close to one I wouldn't accept. All right, I love you, bye, click. And that's how we hang up on them before they can continue to be nice to us. Let's go. That was Lambo. Let's hear it for Lambo. Lambo Crybaby. Lambo is a person who I don't know if I don't remember if they've called him before. I talked to them on the phone once a long time ago when they were working on college application things years ago. Who's messaging me? Maz? What's up, girl? All right. But yeah, we haven't hung out with them in a hot second. How's it going, PC? Patrick, I'm doing a homebrew review stream on Wednesday if you want to join me for part of it. No callers. They're not allowed to talk in chat during stream. We're putting it on a wheel. Classic style. And I made the form as abundantly clear as possible that I will grill you. It will be over the top. If you don't want that, you should not send something in. So we're not going to try to be mean, but we're also not going to prevent... We're allowed to yell as much as we want. Yeah, they're about to graduate from Juilliard for playwriting. They got in. They got in hardcore. Their stuff was good, well written when we first looked at it. It honestly doesn't surprise me. Okay. Enough saying nice things about people. Ugh. Gross. Nice things. Bleh. Bleh. Can you be Lambo's friend? You can try. No promises. If the healing dice is smaller than the Bardic Inspiration dice, substitute the Bardic die instead. Oh, that's an interesting idea, too. That would be an odd one, I think, because it would almost be like a monk. It would almost be like a monk's unarmed strike, where it's only situationally useful up to a certain level, and then it's useful all the time. I think that could work. You would just want to make sure that you kept that in mind, that it would not be a benefit until it was. But I think that's a very interesting. I mean, that could be a really fun. 14th level feature, because by 14th level, your Bardic Inspiration die is probably a 10, if not an 8. So then it would just help every spell. All of your spells would now go up to D10s. That would be nuts. That might be too strong. I really like that idea, though. Lambo, listen to that idea. Well, don't listen to it if you don't want to, but hear it. Hear it. Maybe don't heed it. All right, we have 2 people in the waiting room. We got, let's see, we got Akuma and Josh. Let's get Akuma first. Hello there. Hello? I see.
Oh, hello.
Hey, how's it going, buddy?
Going good.
Are we looking at a piece of homebrew, or did you want to ask us a question?
I sent a piece of homebrew in.
I do not see it. Where did you post it?
Did I maybe put it in the wrong thing?
That's okay. Here, post it. Post it where I just added you.
Okay.
And then we can look upon it together.
Okay. I will just put the link. It should still be there.
Yeah, lovely. Boom. All right, so with these classes, as I'm sure you've seen, we're going in with assuming they are works in progress, and you have some questions, some thoughts, something you need some help with. So let me see. What can I help you with today, good sir?
So this is I'm just looking for an eye of balance, because I tend to make things either feel too weak or too powerful.
Okay.
And there are a couple things that I feel I definitely feel like are too powerful, especially the final feature, the final bit of the final feature. And I just want to know if I'm going too far with some of the things, adding too much to it, and that kind of stuff.
Okay, we probably aren't going to read the whole thing. I will say that having the final feature of something be overpowered is not the end of the world, because it is the least likely it will ever be used, and it will probably be used where everyone is so high level and the Dungeon Master is having such a hard time that it doesn't matter when everything's overpowered. So having your last level feature be too overpowered is not the end of the world. Do you want to look at the 3rd level features, or is there a specific feature you want to look at?
So yes. So I clumped some parts. The spacing ended up so weird the way I copy pasted it. Sorry.
That's okay.
So it's the primarily the third level features and the it was either 10th or 15th.
All right, let's start with third.
It's 15th.
Okay, so what is the goal of this subclass before I start reading this?
The goal of the subclass is essentially taking a spin on the like big wieldy like polearm wielder and spinning that into somebody who who almost goes in, well, literally goes into like dex based and like really fast and agile.
Okie doke. Let's take a look. Master of Polearms. All spikes, spears, pikes, glaives, halberds, and quarterstaffs cannot be considered finesse weapons. This is a little overpowered immediately in a way that I want to just point out. You need to keep in multi-classing in mind. So what happens when a glaive is a finesse weapon is that a rogue now has a D10 sneak attack weapon with reach.
Gotcha. Okay. That does make sense. Yeah.
So that's probably going to be something you're going to want to tweak. While wielding polearms, you can use a reaction to add their hit modifier to your AC. This is also too much.
Okay.
We don't know what the hit modifier is going to be. So that means that it's unscalable. You know?
Yeah.
Also, like, think about the spell shield. The spell shield is a first level spell, but it's also great even at level... Yes, wrong form of the word there, but we're not here to nitpick that right now, so I didn't bring it up. Well, I did bring it up, but just because I saw Dragonus type it. That spell is good at level 20, and that's because D&D uses something called bounded accuracy. And the way that bounded accuracy works is that it means the game fundamentally is designed in such a way. This is a very simple way of explaining it, and it's not doing it justice. But basically, the numbers never get too big. So it's the same reason why the spell Bless, which only gives you a +1 d4 to your attack rolls and your saving throws, is just as good at level 1 as it is at level 20. So by making your AC go up by that big a number is crazy. Dual wielding polearms. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to be honest. I think you're just doing too much here.
Yeah.
I think it's just doing way too much. Dual wielding polearms is like... What are we trying to do here? Are we trying to be finesse based? Are we trying to be super fast? Are we trying to dual wield polearms? Like, I think if you're trying to do all of those things, they need to be spread out throughout the subclass and not all crammed into the front, or you got to pick more of a lane.
Okay. That does make sense. Yeah. I did feel that. I was kind of feeling that, and this is why I was trying to get like some sort of.
You want another one?
No, I'm good.
Okay, please take your plate out. We allowed you to eat in your room. Please take your plate out.
Yep. Okay.
Did you drink that sports drink today?
Yeah.
How was it?
Sorry, I got stuff on.
I'll mute him for a second. Anyway. Anyway, guys, listen. The long and the short of it is sometimes you got some ice cream. Sometimes you got some sandwiches. You got to take those ice cream. You got to put them in those sandwiches. And then you got an ice cream sandwich. What's the best type of ice cream sandwich? People think it's the chocolate with the vanilla because it's the most common. That's not true. That's not true. It's a chocolate chip. Chocolate chip ice cream sandwiches are the best. You get the chocolate chip cookies. They don't even need to be standard chocolate chip cookies. Let me see if he's back.
I'm back.
Welcome back. Welcome back. Okay, so what I would say is I feel like it's doing a little bit too much. Like we're getting multiple features. We're getting multiple features that are sort of doing... They're all doing a lot, and they're pushing in this similar direction, but it's like too much at once. Too much at once.
Yeah.
And so long as... What is this saying? You have mastered
Sorry, yeah,
equalizing them. Your sentence is confusing me. What is it actually doing? Okay, your attacks have a 5-foot knockback and hit enemies within... Can you just explain to me in words what this is supposed to do? Because I don't understand it from reading it.
So the idea is kind of a almost like sweeping attack. So it has the kind of distance making. So it
Let me rephrase. Tell me literally mechanically what this does.
So it knocks them back 5 feet, and then it allows you to roll to hit with the attack on multiple enemies at once.
Okay, so the vision you're going for here is a great vision. The problem is that you are deeply going into the red of overpowered, and it's because you are trying to accurately portray what is happening, and you don't need to accurately portray it. You just need game mechanics that feel like it. First of all, I'm going to just say right here, you can't just get a feat. That's fucking crazy.
Okay.
Cut that out.
Okay.
You're already a fighter. Fighters get access to more ability score increases than any other class. If they want the feat, they can get the feat. You can't get automatic knockback on all your hits. That's bananas. You can't have it so you're just doubling potential damage output, which is what is happening with this second part. So all of this has got to go. Not from a flavor perspective, but from a mechanics perspective. But let me give you an example of what I mean, where you can use mechanics that create flavor without literally doing it. So if you like the idea of you having a big, wide berth attack, what if you gain the ability to, instead of a normal attack, you can swing your polearm in a big circle. All creatures within 10 feet of you have to make a dexterity saving throw or take some amount of damage. So you're not literally doing 100 big attacks, and you're not doing all this crazy, but it's like a special move you get that represents hitting everybody at the same time. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So you could do stuff like that, and then you could have that move maybe push them back. Like you do a big AoE, all creatures have to make a dex save. On a failed save, they take some amount of damage and are pushed back 5 feet. On a success, they take half damage. And, you make that limited use or something like that. Akraphia says look at weapon masteries. Weapon masteries could be good for coming up with ideas for that. So yeah, I would say right now, the main thing that you're doing is you are writing literally everything that you think it should do, which it shouldn't be. It shouldn't be literally everything it should do. It should be things that make it feel like what it's supposed to feel like.
Yeah.
Do you want me to look at the 10th level feature or the 18th level feature?
It was actually the 15th.
Oh, 15th.
The perception. So the perception, the idea was because you're going so fast, your eyes have to be able to keep up.
Mm-hmm.
So it gives you perception boosts. One of them scaling off of dexterity, because this is very intertwined with dex-based stuff.
Okay. So you have advantage on sight-based perception checks. Your passive perception is now based on dex instead of wisdom. And you'd have the ability to roll a perception check to contest with an attack roll or beating a saving throw to use a reaction if you already used your... That's confusing. Just cut that whole second part out. I don't want to touch that with 10-foot pole. The first thing I would say, two things too. One, this is a weird thing to get at level 15. Feels off. I feel like this feels closer to like a level 7 feature than a level 15 feature on a fighter. Level 7 features on fighters are usually a little bit more utility roleplay and a little bit not as powerful, so that could fit there. The other thing is you don't need it to do both of these things. And I'm going to ask you two questions. And this is meant to take you down the path that I think you need to start doing for yourself when you're making homebrew, and that anybody needs to do when you're making homebrew. So this first part, what does it do? It gives you advantage on sight-based perception checks, right? So what does that actually do in the game?
It gives you advantage when you are doing perception checks that are based off of your eyes, like you're seeing stuff.
For sure. So what does that mean? What does having advantage on perception checks mean?
You have a higher chance to succeed the check because of both rolls and you taking the higher roll.
Exactly. You're better at perception. What does this one do? This one just makes you also better at perception.
Yes.
They
Okay,
kind
I
of
see
do the
that.
same thing. I know they don't exactly do the same thing, but they do the same thing enough that I think you should question whether or not you need both. And if you really feel like you do, I think it is worth thinking about how you can make them the same feature. So, for example, if you wanted to make both of these the same feature, what if at 7th level, you add your dexterity to any perception-based checks? So your dexterity is just a bonus on top of your active and passive perception checks now. And it kind of does both. It doesn't give you advantage, but it kind of does. You see what I mean? So, like, if you ever are in that situation where you're doing things that are kind of the same, either usually you can cut one, or you can try to figure out how to make them the same.
Yeah.
I also just from a larger perspective, it feels late to get a feature like this. It feels kind of out of place. But if you make it so we get it at 7th level, it doesn't feel quite as out of place. It feels just because, like, a good way to think about a subclass that you're working on is the entirety of the fiction of the subclass should be expressed by the second tier of the subclass features. That does not mean the entirety of the mechanics of the thing should be expressed. But if you are specifically going for a guy that is fighting with spears and very, very quick, more than just physically, this does a good job of rounding that out based on the 3rd level features. So, you know, like, so when you're building a subclass, by the second tier of the subclass, we don't need all of the mechanics, but we should have enough of the mechanics that we have all of the flavor.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I knew there was something off. Yeah, the main things that I knew there was something off about was those first couple features, as well as...
I'm not going to deep dive the rest, but I will tell you that just skimming it, there is a lot of stuff here that feels overpowered. And I would say the main piece of advice I would have is there's quite a few features here that are just features other fighter subclasses get. And you shouldn't do that. Like the crit range increase. The crit range increase, one could argue that it's less strong because it's not on all weapons, but I would push back to you, why the fuck would you be using anything other than the weapons it works with on this subclass? You know what I mean?
That's fine.
So, like, anything that feels like, or like things that are like Battle Master maneuvers or things like that, don't do that. Don't do that.
Okay. Yeah.
That's a good way to just nip a lot of the overpowered stuff in the bud. And don't balance anything with the logic of you are limited to these types of weapons. Because these types of weapons that you're quote-unquote limited to are some of the best fighter weapons in the game. And the fact that the subclass is built around using them, you're going to be using them. So don't go in with the headspace of it's okay if this is stronger because it's limited. It's really not limited. Because no one is going to play this subclass and not use those types of weapons. You know?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Those are my main thoughts. Any other final questions, yearnings, aspirations?
No. With that, I think I can adjust this to actually fit a bit better.
Another thing that you might want to look at for ideas would be the Rune Knight. Not for copying it mechanically, or not for copying it from a flavor or structure perspective, but the Rune Knight, or maybe not the Rune Knight, but the Rune Knight or the Battle Master for how they get special moves. And you could, instead of you, maybe you get a couple things that apply to all polearm type weapons, but maybe you also just get some special moves you can do with them.
Yeah.
Cool.
That does add up. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you very much, buddy. I appreciate the call. Any other questions?
No, thanks.
Cool. All right.
This was actually really nice.
Peace. Click. You're a champion, Akuma. A champion. Go eat your dinner. Don't leave your plate in your room. Thank you for calling in. Tell your family we say we appreciate you being shared so that we could learn together. How does one flavor or justify a dex bonus to perception? I mean, I would say the same way that you flavor or justify a wisdom bonus to charisma. Wait, is that a non-answer? Kind of. But it's also something that exists already in the game. And I would say I actually think that they did a pretty good job of explaining it. They said your eyes are quicker. You're just like, you're reacting quicker. I think it makes sense. I don't know if it would make sense to everyone in all circumstances, but I think it makes enough sense that I buy it for the purposes of it being implemented as a game mechanic in D&D. I didn't see if it said we ignore the heavy property. I'm going to be honest. I don't think it was going to benefit Akuma for us to like break down every one of those features, because I felt like it just sort of needed a little bit of a general realignment. So if we were going to go through and like nitpick every mechanic, that I think that would or try to like adjust and tweak every mechanic. I don't know if the thing that we'd have at the end would be as good as the thing that they could make if they just kind of shift their vision, not their vision, but shift the way they're entering into their vision. Does that make sense? Like, I think that might just lead them to a better journey. Oh, yes, you're true. Yes, that is accurate. Is that there's a game nullifying element there. Yes. Yes. I didn't realize what you were saying. I understand. I understand a little bit. All right, we got Josh, aka the Ball of Ice. This is the last person we have on the line. If anybody else wants to call in, you're more than welcome to. We do have some homebrew that people posted with questions that I don't think are going to call in, so we are going to look at those next. But if you want to call in, you totally should. Josh, my man, you got to unmute and undeafen. Hopefully you are watching. Oh, you are. Hello, how's it going?
Hey, how's it going?
Very well. Did you send in some homebrew for us to look at, or did you just want to chat?
I have a concept I need some help with, basically.
Excellent.
So I've been thinking, essentially, I've been trying to work on like a Paladin subclass.
Mm-hmm.
Thinking of calling it Oath of Foresight, almost kind of like a divination paladin.
Mm-hmm.
Dealing with like, stop the threat before it happens, that kind of stuff. And I've been trying to figure out an aura for it, for like the level 7 feature.
Mm-hmm.
And I've been kind of stuck. I've been kind of toying around with like maybe making it almost like Flash of Genius or something like that. Where it's just like you can add your charisma modifier to someone who's in your aura, to like a saving throw or something. But I don't know, I've been kind of struggling with like the balance of that and stuff, and I don't know if that would be too strong.
Well, the thing that you have to keep in mind is that every paladin aura starts with doing two things. One is that it helps you against fear, I think. I forget if that's true or not. I don't think that's till later. But the one thing that it gets is you already add the paladin's charisma modifier to your saving throws. That's what it does.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah. So
it's already doing that. So I shouldn't do that more. Every paladin aura does something pretty unique, and it's not tied to the core paladin identity, so I wouldn't lean on that. The other thing is, if you wanted to make it like Flash of Genius, where it was tied to like skill checks, I think you could. There is a paladin that does that already, I think, with athletics, if I'm remembering correctly. Let me just look.
Oh, Oath of Glory?
Yeah, so you could maybe use that as like a building block. But
yeah, okay.
You'd want to also use it as like a balancing mechanism. Let me see what Oath of Glory does. I don't actually remember right now.
I think it might be like you can't roll less than a 10 or something.
Let's see. It's Aura of Alacrity. Your walking speed increases by 10 feet and everybody else's walking speed increases by that much. No, it's not. It doesn't have to do with strength stuff. Maybe it did in like an older version of it. Or maybe I'm looking at the wrong one. But I would say something like that being on all the time is a lot. So the weird thing you have to contend with in that circumstance is I almost feel like it would have to be resource-based, which isn't really how auras work. So
yeah, I was thinking of like tying it to a reaction. Like if someone in your aura, you have to take a reaction, maybe to add to an ability check or an attack roll. Again,
I think that would be too frequent for how much that would be. Like,
yeah, that's true.
You know, it's a lot. Like that's the flash of intelligence is something that only the it's limited both by the artificer has to use their reaction, so not everybody can use their reaction, and they can't do it infinite times.
Yeah.
So if I were you, I would... Well, let me ask, what other things is this guy doing? You said it's like a Foresight paladin, so how are you trying to mechanically express Foresight?
I'm gonna give it like a bunch of divination spells, thinking for like channel divinity, doing something sort of like how redemption does, where you can like give yourself like a bonus to your like insight and perception checks for a certain amount of time based on like your charisma modifier. Just stuff like that. Trying to maybe tack on some of like the silvery barbs or like counterspell, something like that. Like a lot of they're stopping stuff before it can get out.
I mean, maybe it's just a flat initiative bonus then.
Oh, just like everyone gets to act first. I think Oath of Watchers already does that though. I think that might be what Oath of Watchers does.
I don't remember. I think that's gonna be what you got to figure out. Because I'm not against doing Foresight-y type stuff, but it's a very hard mechanic to express outside of just you do better on dice rolls and you make people do better on dice rolls. And I think you need to make it more than that.
Right.
Yeah, that is exactly what Oath of the Watchers does, is a bonus to your initiative. So yeah, there's not a right or wrong answer there, but it's a tricky thing to do. Because, like, there's only so much you can fuck with the dice before it starts to feel like it's too much, or it's
right.
It loses the flavor and is just Paladin but better, you know?
Yeah, that's what I've been worried about. Yeah, it's hard doing the flavor without also making it too strong.
So then maybe I think the question to answer is the Oath of the Watchers is not just... The Oath of the Watchers has a lot of flavor to it, right? You're fighting the extra dimensional planes and things like that. Maybe that's what you need to start with. Come up with more specific flavor than just Foresight. Give these guys a specific role, a specific story, and then figure out what aura would fit that.
Okay.
That might be the move, because if you're not coming up with, if you're struggling to come up with mechanics with the more open-ended Foresight, then get more focused with the flavor and the mechanics. You'll have more ideas for mechanics. Like if, for example, you were part of like if, for example, it was like they believed in Foresight, but they also believed in like patience, and it was like it's about only moving when you exactly need to and knowing where all the things are. Then it's like, okay, what else could be in there? Well, maybe there's something about blind sight, or maybe there's something about like doing like lining up, setting things up for later turns, or I don't know, like you go in all sorts of different directions if you start adding more unique flavor, you know?
Right. Maybe more of like a battlefield commander type flavor.
That could work if you feel like that's the vibe you want to go in, for sure. I really don't think there's a right or a wrong answer here. I think the only wrong answer is one that you're not excited about.
Yeah, okay. All right, I will take that into account. Cool. Appreciate you. Thank you.
Yeah, man, thank you for the call. Interesting problem to try to solve. I wish you luck on it.
Yeah, thank you.
Yep, bye. Click. Ooh, held actions not using a reaction. That's kind of an interesting idea. I know I just hung up on you, but what our dear Acretheus just said is kind of an interesting. Playing with held actions or reactions could, I think, be interesting for sure. For sure. All right, Thunderwings. I see you are bringing in your fear mask. Now, we have looked at this thing already twice on stream. The first time it was all just the flavor. The second time you had some mechanics. I'm going to tell you right now, if there's not a very specific, unique, new question that's not related to something, if it feels too much like you're now just asking me to be your editor, I'm going to ask you to stop submitting this. Because that's really not the goal of this time. But I'm going to bring you on. And we're going to hope that we have a thing to talk about. Hello, what's up, cowboy?
Hello.
Welcome to the show. Did you hear that little rant I just went on before I called you on?
Most of it, yes, and yeah, I do have specific things.
Lovely.
That I looked at. So,
all right, ask away, good sir.
So, you know what? I'll skip over all the general things that I've changed. I'm sure you can see some of them.
Yeah, this is really we're not like that's what I wanted to avoid. We're not doing general feedback. General re-edits. I want to know if there's a thing you're working on that you want to help with. And the more times you resubmit something, the more strict I'm going to be with that rule. Because it can just turn into me being your editor. And to be very honest, I do not want to do that.
That's fair. That's fair. So, I know last time the biggest thing I wanted to mess around and rework was my Fear Reservoir.
Okay.
So, I want to focus in on that and see if it seems to be looking a lot better than it was previously.
All right, let's take a look at it. The mask has 5 charges that refill every midnight. These charges can be used to do several different things as listed below. It's an action. You expend a charge. Target creature within 100 feet gains the frightened condition for a round. This should probably have a saving throw. Maybe it doesn't need it. Maybe it doesn't.
Yeah.
Let me just read it out loud before I don't know if it feels both underpowered and overpowered in a weird way. Bonus action, you can spend a charge to deal 3d6 damage to a creature that's frightened. As a reaction to you being hit with an attack, you can spend 2 charges to half incoming damage. You can expend 2 charges to gain advantage on attack rolls you make this turn. As a reaction to a creature hitting 0 hit points, you can spend 3 charges to prevent the creature with the frightened condition from falling below 0 hit points. Instead, they're set to 1. You cannot take any more damage at the start of your... I'm going to be honest, they feel kind of fucking random, is how they feel.
Okay.
Like, these feel like you just threw everything in the kitchen sink in here. The first 2 feel like you're trying to make them the same feature, and instead of just making 1 feature, you're making 2 features that you have to put together. I also sort of feel like you're trying to play this game of you can use your action to frighten creatures to help or hinder them now with this last feature. That feels overcomplicated, not worth the point of this item is. I would completely drop all that. To be honest, they feel kind of fucking random right now. That's how they feel.
Okay.
I don't know why this is halving damage to us. This is not a weapon about being more defensive. It feels kind of random. I don't know why we're getting advantage on attack rolls again. Like, these 2 middle features feel like they belong to a different item. And the other 3 features feel like they could be a single mechanic that you're splitting up into 3 features and trying to shove in. Now frightened condition can be used to help creatures, and I just don't see the point of it.
Okay.
It's a lot to say. I think you could basically get rid of all of this and replace it with an ability to frighten creatures and deal damage to them.
Okay.
Remember, your item is not a whole story. Your item is just a tiny little part of the game. You don't need to...
Yeah.
I've said this to a lot of people, and I'm going to say it to you again. It's a question of where does the accuracy need to end and the quality of the item need to begin? Quality of accuracy is not nearly as important as quality of item. And this is fine, but it's trying to tell too many stories.
Okay.
Those are my main thoughts. I don't know. You didn't really have a question, so I just sort of described how I felt about them.
Yeah, no, that's totally fine.
All right, was that helpful? Do you have any questions? Does that make you have any thoughts or questions?
I don't know. I'm just kind of like
I think you're overcomplicating this is honestly the problem.
Yeah.
I think this item doesn't need to do 30 different things. I think it doesn't even need to do 6 different things. I think it's a fun idea, and you have spent a lot of time building out the mechanics of the idea farther than I think they need to for the idea to work well. If I were you, I would not do a single thing to this item for a week, Come back and look at it a week later, and then start making changes. Let your mind not think about it, reset your brain, work on something else, put it away, and then come back and decide how complicated this actually needs to be.
All right. That's actually a great bit of advice, because I guess I have been just working on it very quickly.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with working on something quickly, but I do think that at this point, this has gone through 3 edits that I've seen. 2 edits, 2.5, I guess, because I one and then edit. I guess, no, 1 edit, really, because the first one was just flavor text. So if you've gone through 1 to 3 edits of a piece, regardless of whether or not you feel satisfied with it or the people that are reviewing it are like, yeah, this is ready to go or not, it's probably time to put it away for a little bit.
Yeah.
Because regardless of where it's at, your perspective is going to be a lot fresher if you put it away for a bit. You're going to notice some ideas that you thought weren't there. You're going to realize something feels extra. With this, I think, again, you got to think about what the story is that you're trying to tell with this item and how many things it needs to tell that story and what variety of things those need to be. If you, for example, think that it's really important that the item sustains the wielder, maybe a reaction and taking half damage works, but maybe there's other ways to do that. And a item sustaining the wielder, does that need to also tie into them being better at attacking? I would say no. I don't think so. Maybe it does, but like also at that point, it's like, how much are you trying to tell the story again with the item versus with the game?
That's fair.
So think about what this really needs. Think about what it needs to work as an item. And remember, it doesn't need it doesn't need anything more than that. And if it's stressing you out, put it away for a little while. And if it's not stressing you out, keep working on it, if you like.
All right.
But yeah, genuine question you should be asking yourself, if you want my opinion, is, and you don't need to say it like this to yourself, but this is the question, is what is the point? And if the point is to specifically fit a very specific, like, what is the point, not just of the feature, but of the item? And just to use an example of these 2 middle things, what is the point of these? You could say, well, the point is that the mask wants to sustain the people that are wielding it, and it wants them to be better at fighting. So then you say, okay, that's the point of these features. Cool. Does that fit the point of the item? Or does it start to take up too much space and detract from the point of the item? Because if it starts to feel like it's pushing in too many directions, then if this is, depending on how impactful this feels, if this isn't the point of the item, you have to ask yourself why it's here. Or, you know what I mean? So, like, that's not, and again, that's something that you should, I think, is a good question to ask yourself whenever you're making homebrew, especially if you're making homebrew that has a lot of features, like an artifact or a subclass or something like that. Every feature should have a point, and the point doesn't need to be a specific game mechanic that you're trying to access, but it should be either uplifting a part of the feature or giving you a thing for a reason.
Okay. So, if I feel like a lot of the things fit with the story I'm trying to tell, but if the item doesn't reflect the story well enough, of how can I go about trying to figure out how to refine it so that the item can reflect it better?
I think one of the things that will help is maybe cut down the amount of things it does. It does 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It does 10 things. That's too many things. It's actually not necessarily too many things, but it is too many things to have anything that doesn't really matter.
Okay.
So it also conflates ideas. It makes it so these 2 little features feel fucking random because you have 8 other features that are directly tied to the frightened condition. And then you randomly have 2 features that deal with damage and attacking. It feels random, and it feels random. I'll tell you what, these wouldn't feel random if this item didn't have 10 features, but had 5 features, and these were 2 of them. Then they would feel like they were a part of the item. But because they feel shoved in on top of the other 8 features, they feel shoved in. Like, because they're just sort of, they're so divergent from the others. You know what I mean?
That is fair. I hadn't considered that yet, that everything else, I've now really hammered in the frightened condition everywhere else. And
so if you want to,
that doesn't have the frightened condition, it seems out of place.
It does. So, like, if you want something that doesn't have the frightened condition in here, it needs to feel like it makes sense in here. It's sort of like the same logic as, like, there are very specific rules to making homebrew, and it is only okay to break those rules when the homebrew feels like it's justified in doing it. So these, which is a little bit of like a snake eating its own tail thing, but like the item needs to justify these for these to be justified.
Yeah. So right now, I'm kind of feeling and hearing that I either need to just rip them out or somehow I'll figure out how to fit it with the frightened condition overall, which, you know.
I mean, you could do something like that if you want. I think either of those is an option. I think I would lean, if anything, I would lean on the fact that this does a lot of things. And the question to ask yourself is, which of them can you get rid of and which of them can you simplify into each other if you want to keep all of them?
Yeah, I'm going to start looking at that.
There is absolutely nothing wrong with making your homebrew have too much and be overpowered, because it is a lot easier to, in my opinion, this actually is not true for everyone, so it might not be true for you, but for me, it is a lot easier to edit down than to edit up. It's a lot easier for me to cut things out than to add new things in. So in my early drafts of homebrew, I almost always make things overpowered because it's easier to cut things out. But another aspect of that, which is really important, is it's easier to cut things out from like I'm carving the shape of it perspective, but it's also easy for me to cut things out emotionally. I am not deeply emotionally tied to my homebrew while I'm working on it because I just used to do it too much and it just turned into like practice, which is actually, I think, a good headspace to have towards it. So in order for you to like there is, I even just with you using the language of rip it out, like there's a violence to that language. So like, to me, that speaks to there's an emotional connection you have here. That maybe that's because you really like these features and in your heart, you see how they tie to the larger art piece. Or maybe it's that you've just been working on this for a while, so you have gotten emotionally invested in sort of the whole thing. And I think one of the hardest parts of writing, but once you start to do it, it makes you such a better writer so quickly, is starting to realize that cutting things out, even if you've spent a lot of time on them, can often make the whole thing better. And there is a real strength in figuring out what your homebrew, or what honestly any of your writing or anything creative, what it needs versus what it doesn't need. And I'll use myself as an example for this. When I'm making YouTube shorts, or like that's my main income is YouTube shorts. And when I'm making YouTube shorts, 9 times out of 10, when I make a short, I end up cutting out the last third of it before I post it. I would say not 9 times out of 10, but at least half of them. Because usually I make a joke and then I sort of extend it. And I don't need to extend it. And it's better as a YouTube short. It does a better job of being a good YouTube short if I don't worry about it being overly complicated and I just sort of spiral into a punch. Like, that just makes it better quality for within the frame of making a YouTube short. You've got to kind of start thinking about that for yourself or whatever the thing is you're trying to make. So there's going to be times where you can break the rules. There's going to be times where you can add stuff. There's going to be times that you can cut stuff. And whenever it is done from the perspective of working towards the greater good of the piece, based on both your goals for it, but also like the format it is being presented in, like that you can follow that guiding light. So sometimes things can be really bloated and not feel bloated. And sometimes things can be really sparse and not feel sparse. and it really just depends on how much it all is working towards that actual goal. And eventually you learn that you have more ideas than the one thing needs usually. I find myself in that situation a lot where you're sort of over, but that doesn't mean you have to get rid of them. That just means that you don't need them for one specific piece. So it sort of depends, right? Like, again, sometimes pieces aren't bloated and they have a million things in them. It really just depends on what it needs. And that's what I think you got to start thinking about with this one.
Yeah.
Yeah, the phrase in writing is "kill your darlings." My favorite English professor in college said she called it "kill your babies." But it's like sometimes you write an amazing sentence and it's so fucking good and you're proud of it and you know it's a good sentence. Everyone knows it's a good sentence. But within the context of the story you're writing or the paragraph you're writing, it doesn't help. And the paragraph is actually much stronger if it ends a sentence earlier. And then you have to kill that beautiful sentence that you made, even though it's a beautiful sentence. It's just a thing that happens with art. The more art you make, the more you're going to have to do that. Or you can decide you don't give a fuck. But that will... If you decide you don't give a fuck, it's fine. But if you decide you don't give a fuck and you continue to seek feedback, you will probably find more often than not, the feedback will be brought back to that idea if you don't address it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because it's just very easy to overdo stuff.
Yeah. Okay.
Whenever I think of this item, I think about the mask from, what's that game? Where you go on planets and look for junk? Spaceman Junk Adventure?
No idea.
Guys, you know what I'm talking about. Spaceman Junk. You put the mask on, you become a monster, and you kill your friends. They know chat knows what I'm talking about. Spaceman Junk Adventure.
Wait.
You wear an orange suit. You work for the company.
Yeah. Frick, what is that called?
I don't remember right now. My brain is farting.
Lethal Company.
Lethal Company, yeah. I know this mask isn't at all Lethal Company, and I know that.
Yeah,
I know that. But it does evoke that same sort of like SCP, spooky, creepy, evil vibe that does. You know?
Yeah, that's fair.
Did you have any other questions, thoughts, yearnings, aspirations?
Nah, I think that well, yeah. I think I'll end that there.
Cool. I'm gonna leave you with two things. One, regardless of what you decide to do with this, I want you to keep something in your mind. There will always be more feedback. There will always be more things to critique. A piece is never finished as long as you are asking for critique. The only time you know that the piece is finished is when you stop asking for critique. So don't ever, and this is not even to you specifically, but just because you're somebody who you're newer to my community, and it's good to remind yourself that you are the one that decides when something is finished. So I don't want anyone to ever feel frustrated or exacerbated if they bring homebrew back and I keep having more feedback. I will always have more feedback because if you are showing it to me and asking for feedback, I'm assuming that you are asking me to find something to give feedback on. The only times that I'll really be like, this is done if it's like a sentence long. So as with any art, you are the one that decides when it's done. So don't feel like you need to rely on anyone, myself or anyone else, to decide when a piece is done. That can be a hard thing for new artists to do sometimes. So just keep that in mind. And the other thing is that no one else is right. Like, you know when this is done more than I do. It doesn't matter if you think I know more about homebrew design than you. You know when this is done. So don't worry about me or anyone else. No one else knows when this is done more than you. That's the first thing. The second thing is the more you write more homebrew, in the same sort of way that the more you play D&D, the more you slowly move towards playing a human fighter. I think that the first couple pieces of homebrew we write are usually the most big, explosive, complicated homebrew ideas we have. And then you sort of settle and find focus and then start up again. But like, this reminds me so much of some of my early D&D items that genuinely my players loved, but they were just fucking bananas overcomplicated. Not even because they were doing too much. Like, there's not a thing here that's too complicated, but like this, you're going in a good direction with your brew. The choice you have to make is how much you give a shit about it being bombastic, overcomplicated, or not. And you don't even need to make that choice immediately. It can be a slow malaise. Cool. Think about those things. I'm going to hang up on you if you don't have anything else to say.
Yeah, I think that'll be about it.
Cool. All right. Thank you very much, man. It's fun to see this piece evolve. Put some time away from it. Don't work on it for like at least 3 or 4 days. Look at it with fresh eyes and see how you feel. Hanging up on you now. Bye. Click. Rex gifting 5 subs. The man's crazy. Let's give a round of applause to our dear Thunder. And also to Rex for giving me 5 gifted. Get Rexed. Get Rexed. Get Rexed. We are now out of people calling in. And we are moving on to things that people sent in that didn't call in. Now, I'm going to tell you, if you didn't ask a question or for specific feedback, I'm going to skip you. Not because I don't love you, because I don't want to stumble unintentionally into a proper review. We're saving those for Wednesday. And I want you to really understand what you're getting into if you're signing up for that. And I didn't give any warnings for this stream because we're Mr. Nice Guy right now. We're Mr. Rogers. And we'll still be a little Mr. Rogers on Wednesday, but we'll also be a little bit of the, the judges. And I don't want anybody signing up for that unintentionally, Yelling is only fun when it's consensual. This piece is from Flora Gatto. It's their rendition of a sleeping potion with a twist. I'm mainly worried about it being abusable. All right, let's take a look. Let's see if this is an abusable item. Boom! Kapow! Kersplank! Dozer's Drought. When you drink this potion, roll a d4. After its total in minutes, that's a weird way of writing that, you fall unconscious for 4 hours. At the end of the duration, you gain the benefits of a long rest. You cannot be awoken during the potion's duration. If you administer this potion to an unwilling creature, they roll a DC 4 con save. On a failure, they gain the effects. Is this overpowered? Yes. Is this abusable? Yes. Chat, would you like to explain why? Or should I? If somebody thinks they know why in chat, please, I'm curious. But I will say with 100% certainty that this is abusable. Who knows why? Who's got an idea? Give me your brain. Mush it together. Is there a way to spot? Is there a spot to peep how the Wednesday stuff works? I haven't done any homebrew review streams in a while, but all of my old streams were those. So if you go to any of my old homebrew review streams from between 5 months ago and 2 years ago, you kind of get a vibe. I will say that I've gotten much better at not violent outbursts, so there will be less of those, hopefully. But I'm very blunt. Here's what I'll say. I do not go out of my way to be mean, but I do not go out of my way to be nice. So if your homebrew is written in a way where while I read it, the sentence structure frustrates me, I will probably go, fuck, why did you write it like that? That's a phrase I might say. Or if I think something is overpowered, I'll just say this is busted. I don't nice talk that aspect. But I don't go in with malice in my heart. I do go in with the goal of genuine critique. And I'm critiquing it basically from a couple perspectives. One is, or on a couple merits. One is its clarity, its balance, its evocativeness, its ease of use. Those are the main things that I'm reviewing it based off of. And the perspective I'm reviewing it from is anybody should be able to use this at their table. Yeah, Tradosio puts it well. I am brutally honest, and I have very visceral, intense reactions. But they are in no way directed at you. They are entirely directed at your homebrew, even if I'm talking at you. I hope that makes sense. I'm not always proud of how I act on those streams, so I'm trying to be a better, kinder, gentler Cinder. But I will probably still yell about frustrating bad sentence structure a couple times. Yeah, it's a crucible is a good way to think about it. Okay, so yeah, chat, you answered my questions. The way this potion works is if something fails this saving throw, they instantly die. Why do they instantly die? Because they are unconscious and nothing can wake them up. Which means that if they fail this saving throw, it doesn't matter how strong they are, you can just stand around killing them for an hour. So I just would say yes, this is busted. I don't really have any more thoughts than that. I mean, I think the way that you make this not busted is you make them be able to be woken up by being jostled in the way that normal sleep stuff works. Oh yeah, 4 hours, not 1 hour, excuse me. Yeah, I mean, this could kill literally anything in the game. Being unconscious for a minute doesn't fix it. What does being unconscious means? It means they are literally out of commission. They get no actions, no bonus actions. They can't move. They can't react to anything. They literally lose all agency. They automatically fail a shit ton of saving throws. It just kills them. It just kills them. Unless you let them wake up by taking damage or being jostled, it just kills them. Like, look at how the sleep spell works. There's a reason why sleep works as a first level spell. It's because it specifically is very easy to wake a sleeping person. And I know that in D&D, you want to be able to do a lot of things, but unless you have the right group, an item like this, which totally could logically exist in a world, because of the nature of how D&D is played, is just very abusable in the setting of D&D or any TTRPG, really. Like, an item like this would totally work in a story or in a book, but not in a game, because a player is just going to take advantage of this. So yeah, I would say largely overpowered. Maybe unnecessary. You can sleep through an earthquake. Oh yeah, this is very rare minimum for sure. I don't know if I'd go... I mean, if it makes literally everything fall asleep and nothing can wake it up, period, Legendary might actually be applicable. But I just think it's not even... I just would not make it. I would just make something different. I don't see the value in an item that lets you just totally shut a creature down for an indeterminable amount of time. 4 hours is basically infinity in D&D. And not be able to be woken up. It just seems like might as well just kill them. Maybe taking damage wakes them up, but not moving them. I mean, that could work. You would find yourself similar situations of, like, you know, you could just throw them in a lake. That's not doing damage to them, but that'll kill them. So again, I don't know. I don't know if that's too much or not, but it's worth thinking about. Those are my thoughts. I don't have more thoughts. I see you in the chat. If you have other questions, please let me know. Otherwise, I will just say, thank you for sharing. That's true. Not even a lake, just a puddle. Good call, good call, good call. Yeah. I see what you're going for with it, but it is just it's sort of like having like trying to make an item that works like a computer or like a smartphone, or like an item that even, or better yet, more simple, like an item that lets you move, like time travel or see the future. Like, if this wasn't D&D and it wasn't limited by it being a tabletop game and people playing it, then you could make an item that lets you see into the future, actually see into the future. But you can't do that in D&D because that's not how it works, because we're limited by the game. This isn't quite as extreme as that, but it does sort of sit in that same space where you're sort of contending with the game mechanics at a certain point. Depends where you posted it. If you followed the instructions and posted it in the right part of my Discord to look at it, I'm happy to. Excuse me. And if anybody wants to join me in the call, come on stream. You get to jump the front of the line. Next, we're going to look at a piece from Boozy Books. So I actually skimmed this a little bit ahead of time, too. Boozy Books is trying to run an encounter that is similar to COD Zombies. And I have one big piece of feedback. We're going to look at it a tiny bit, but what we have right here is basically a series of rounds. During those rounds, different amounts of zombies appear, and then you have to fight them, and the game progresses. And their main question, and there's little mechanics with getting items and stuff, but their main question was, how are you going to navigate, like, the higher levels needing to control all those zombies? And I think that that's a really good question. And I think what that question is kind of leaning towards is, how do you make this work and be fun? And I think one of the things that's so important here, it's a little bit what we just talked about actually, is the dissonance between D&D and the things that inspire D&D. So what makes Call of Duty's zombies fun? It's not fighting 5 zombies, then 12 zombies, then 50 zombies. It's the fact, the fun part of the game is the skill you have as a player navigating that space, using your attacks, aiming, dodging. Like, the fun of Call of Duty is all in literally your skill with the controller playing the game. There is literally none of that in D&D. All of that is translated into the numbers that you get when you roll attacks. So this, I'm worried, will be very boring, because if you aren't getting to have fun by getting better, by moving better, by things like that, it's just going to be the same fight 10 times in a row with just the numbers going up. And the numbers going up is not enough in D&D to make something more exciting. Have you ever played in a D&D campaign where the boss fights all started to kind of feel the same? Because the Dungeon Master basically just had a big monster take swings at you, and it was just a bigger, stronger monster each time? Because you're engaging with combat the exact same way, and the way that you engage with combat is where a lot of that fun comes in D&D. So what I would do if I were you is, if I was going to try to capture the vibe of COD Zombies, I would not have the zombies necessarily scale this way. You could, but I would have them scale in other ways that makes the combat dynamically change as the levels go up, or the arena dynamically change. So maybe in the first round, they're regular zombies and the arena's regular. Maybe the second round, the zombies can teleport. Maybe the third round, there's no gravity. Maybe the fourth, you know what I mean? Like, it's like build elements into it that change the dynamic of the fight. Because you also, fighting more monsters is not inherently more fun in D&D. It can often get more boring. So also scaling the zombies, and I saw you put a little bit of this here. All of these zombie stat blocks are exactly the same, except just the numbers go up. That's not exciting. There is no difference between fighting a giant monster that hits really hard and a little monster that hits very little, other than numbers. So you want the monsters to lean into different powers and different strategies in combat so that the players have the ability to react and defend and proactively attack in a variety of ways. Anyway, that's my main feedback, is you don't want to keep, is that this is going to be the biggest issue. You got to make this dynamic or it falls apart. Thank you for sharing. Who was that? That was Boozy Books. Thank you, Boozy. Kaboosh. All right, let's see. No one in the waiting room. That's fine. I'm just putting my little emoji on anyone that I respond to. So I made a monster. This is from Cora, the green. I made this monster for one of my friends who wanted an imaginary friend monster, but some of my other peeps told me that the AC was too low for a CR7. Another said that it was fine, and so on and so forth. Basically, is the AC okay? Are spells balanced for this type of creature? Do you think this monster is missing any ability? Is the point of this monster that it's supposed to be an ally? Okay, well, I will say making a monster that's intended to be a minion is kind of different than making a monster that's intended to be used, that you're supposed to use. Be careful with making a monster a minion. That's really powerful. Is the AC fine? Let's see. Well, I don't really understand what the goals of the monster are. It's got magical resistance. It's got a shit ton of spell casting. It can cast greater invisibility. Yeah, this should have less than 15. This is a wizard. So you've built a wizard. And it's an invisible wizard. Yeah, this thing's AC should be fucking as low as you can reasonably make it. This is a powerful spellcaster. A very powerful spellcaster. A very powerful spellcaster that is invisible all the time and gets other things and is a minion. So I think whoever is telling you that this is underpowered is a player that's trying to take advantage of you because they don't realize how power creep works in D&D, and they're just trying to squeeze the most power out of you as a dungeon master. That's what I would say. I'm going to be honest. I would never in a million years give this to a player unless they were level 20. This is just too powerful. This is going to make the wizard feel like they're not cool. A good minion, if you're trying to make a pet or a minion, a good minion should have 1 or 2 things they can do. And they probably should rarely be more powerful than a CR3 monster. Yeah, this is a very strong monster. I'm not... Who said it was underpowered? I think it really depends on how much influence you let the players have over this monster. If it's an NPC that you control, then its power is sort of fine. If the goal is that a player is going to wield this, crank that power down fucking hard. All right. Question asked and answered, hopefully. Thank you for your question. One-fourth the player character level is the maximum you would allow. That's a really nice way to balance it. But even that is very strong. Like, the game is not designed for that. So you just got to keep that in mind regardless of what you're doing. We talked to Shades. We talked to Lost. Frostfall has a question for us. Let's see. I made a monster called the Inkling. Is the CR appropriate? And is there, in your opinion, a way to reduce the word bloat on the ink blend ability? Let's take a look. You were never big on druids? I like druids. Druid, I hardly knew it. All right, chat. Here it is if you want to take a look at it. Kapow. Kazam. I already forgot your questions. CR appropriate, and is there a way to reduce the bloat? Okay. Level CR1 Very low hit points. If it has a fly speed, it doesn't really need a climb speed. I guess it's only on cursed ink surfaces. The inkling can blend into a surface of ink or cursed ink. If this why do you immediately give us a secondary option before we understand what the fuck you're talking about? If the surface is at least 5 feet on a side. While blended, it regenerates 1 HP per turn. Okay, so here's the way that you're going to word this. You need to have, like, bullet points of information as to what this thing gets. Like, the ink blend can enter into a surface that is at least 5 feet by 5 feet and become 2-dimensional on it. While in this mode, it gains the following benefits. And then write all of these out like bullet points. Regenerates 1d8 hit points. Its movement speed is 50 feet. It can't be attacked or take damage. If the ink surface is destroyed, it loses 1d8 hit point for each turn it's spent on the ink. This is overly complicated. All right, I'm going to be honest with you. My gut tells me to stop reading this here because it's already annoying to keep track of. So my main feedback would be, why is it doing all of this extra stuff that it doesn't, like, what? Does it need to lose 1d8 hit points for each turn it's spent in the ink? It only has fucking 9 hit points. Why would you ever need to keep track of that? Why do we need to build... Look how many words you're wasting talking about that. Get rid of all that. The cursed ink should... I'm going to be... Man. Yeah, this is overly wordy. And it's a little frustrating to read in the way that it's wordy. I feel like why are we... I don't know what cursed ink is. It's not something in D&D. I don't understand what it is, why it's here. I would just remove it. I would literally just remove everything to do with cursed ink. Okay, so just copy all of this and delete that. And then re-language this to say that it can enter or exit a flat surface. And then put in bullet points of the rules. So while it is in a flat surface, I would also remove all the hit point regeneration stuff. It already can't be damaged while it's in a surface. Why does it need to regenerate? So I would probably just make it that it can, while it's on a surface, it can't be damaged or deal damage or whatever. It can't interact with things and it can't take damage. And then when it falls out, it maybe takes some damage. And then I would just remove everything else. I'm not even going to worry about symbiotic body. Because, yeah, we don't need to worry about that. Yeah, way too much going on for a CR1 monster. Whenever you're building a mechanic, you got to ask yourself a bigger question than just, does the feature feel cool? But you have to ask yourself, what's the point? What is the value in this thing regenerating hit points while in a wall versus losing those hit points when it's out of a wall, when it only has 9 hit points and it does a lot of other things? Is that regeneration going to be something the players even notice? Because if a thing only has a maximum of 9 hit points, I don't think most players are going to notice when it's regenerating because it's just going to die to 1 hit 9 times out of 10. So it's like a lot of words to make a mechanic that feels like it's sort of a waste of energy. If you want to have a whole separate cursed ink feature, make it separate. Don't tie it in awkwardly to the end of this block. It just looks bad. I think that that's the main feedback, though, is the point of a monster stat block is to have the information that you need to wield the monster in a way that impacts the game. I think these minor hit point changes are not going to impact the game. I think it's just a waste of space. Get rid of them. And that's my main feedback. I think you could majorly trim this by writing it in bullet point form, and getting rid of all the HP stuff. Those are my thoughts, Frostfall. Ace of Dragons, are you Frostfall? I'm assuming you are because you answered the question. Does that answer your question? Does that give some guidance? I hope so. And if you're saying the regeneration is really important here, then you need to rebuild this thing so that we will actually feel the regeneration. Because a 1d8 hit point up-down regeneration thing really, 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 we're just not going to feel if this thing only has 9 hit points. What's up, Blackwater? How's it going? How are you doing tonight? So make sure that all the mechanics are things that are actually going to impact the game. And when you're dealing with hit points at that small a number, a lot of the time it doesn't matter. If you want it to matter a little bit, maybe instead of it doing a hit point regeneration thing, maybe while it's in shadow, it gains temporary hit points. So dipping into a shadow and then dipping out, or dipping into a wall and dipping out makes it stronger. You could do something like that, for example. Because that is a way that they would maybe feel that, right? If it only has 9 hit points, it going up to having 15 hit points, that's a big change. They're going to notice that it's now dying in 2 to 3 hits as opposed to 1 to 2 hits. Getting ready for a sesh? Cool. We're looking at people's D&D homebrew and answering D&D questions. Whenever you have a feature, Ace, just a good rule, a good habit to get into. Whenever you have a D&D feature that intentionally is doing multiple things, see if you can work those, especially if they're all like a variety of either new conditions or options. See if you can make it work as bullet points. Because one of the most important parts of monsters is how quickly you can navigate their stat block. For example, in order for me to remember how this part works, I have to find this part. So if I want to remember what happens when an ink blend uses its action to unblend, I don't know that quickly. Because that doesn't pop. It's sort of buried. All of these features are kind of buried. But when you break them out into bullet points, they're a lot easier to scan and navigate. Sort of the same way how, like, monster flavor text usually has a bold phrase and then a couple different things. All right, cool. Thank you for sharing. And you mentioned, I think in the chat, that your campaign has a lot to do with ink, and there's going to be cursed ink. So if that's the case, then having a cursed ink mechanic and referencing cursed ink up here, or wherever you did, is totally reasonable. It's just the kind of thing that if it's not for that campaign, it's going to be confusing. Cool. Thank you for sharing. Let's give them a little round of applause. Thank you. I don't even remember if I answered your question. I got lost in the ink blend feature. Okay, that's what you asked about. Good. All right. Oops, we have a new person that just popped in. Their name is a bunch of letters I don't know how to pronounce. So I'm going to bring them on and ask them how to say their name. Ahoy, hoy. How's it going?
Not too bad.
How do you want me to pronounce your name? What do you want me to call you?
Czar of Chaos.
Czar of Chaos. Okay, cool. I actually think you answered that already, and I forgot in the past. So you sent in some homebrew. I see you sent something in. What can we help you with today?
That's just an original homebrew I made for a campaign years ago, and I was wondering what you think about it.
That is very explicitly not what this stream is about. I said very clearly in the form that I asked everyone to read before sending anything that I do not want you to ask questions like, what do you think? So do you have if you don't have a specific question, I'll answer I'll answer briefly, and then I'm going to hang up on you. But if you do have a specific question, I'm happy to talk about it.
All right. Well, I was wondering how I could make it more thematic to the actual Wabbajack outside of the wild magic table.
What is the Wabbajack?
The Wabbajack is an item from the Elder Scrolls lore that I added to my game because I enjoy the Elder Scrolls lore that causes basically it just does a random effect every time you use it. So, and that's what the wild magic table is for.
Oh, okay. There's an item like that in D&D also called the Wand of Wonder, I think. It's a magic item that has a separate table that you roll on. Does a random crazy thing. The only thing that I would say is if your goal is, I think the question that you have to ask yourself is, do you want the element of doing something crazy to feel like a ribbon feature or to feel like the main thing? And do you want this item to feel like it is an okay item to put in a game that has a wild magic sorcerer?
I want it to feel good if you're a wild magic sorcerer, so that they don't get screwed over by a random effect like their own wild magic table, and also so that anyone who isn't them doesn't get screwed over by the wild magic table by becoming a plant or whatever.
No. That's okay. There was a miscommunication there. My question, the reason why I asked that was this item, whoever has this item, has more access to the wild magic table than a wild magic sorcerer. So if you put this item in a game and one of the players was being a wild magic sorcerer, it could very easily diminish how special that player got to feel. Because now there's an item that does a better job of their subclass than their whole subclass. So by using the wild magic table that is associated with the wild magic sorcerer and allowing wild magic to proc on every leveled spell, it's just better wild magic than the wild magic sorcerer gets. So that's one thing to think about. If that doesn't matter to you because you're using it for a home game and you don't have any wild magic sorcerers, or you have a wild magic sorcerer and either they are using this or they don't care, then it doesn't matter. But if those aren't the situations, then it might be worth thinking about. The other thing that I asked was, the other thing that I wanted to know was, do you want the wild, chaotic, this is doing something random to be the main aspect of this, or do you want that to feel like a ribbon feature?
I feel like this is better used as a ribbon feature.
Okay, because it is a ribbon feature. Wild magic is fine, but it's not that strong. And realistically, by the time you're getting legendary items and artifacts, the effects of the wild magic table are even less impactful. And this isn't preventing you from casting your spells. So the main thing this is doing is giving you +3 to your spell attack and spell save DC and doing whatever that spell is doing and then giving it a little extra flavor of a wild magic table roll. If that is the intention, then it works fine. If you don't want that to feel like a ribbon, then you should change what it's doing.
So do you think instead of just every leveled spell, it would be better if there was like...
I don't think there is a better or worse. I think it depends on what you want it to be. If you want this to use the wild magic table, it works. It could work fine. It will just make a wild magic sorcerer not special. If you want to do something that isn't stepping on the toes of the wild magic sorcerer, don't use the wild magic table. Or make the item work in a different way and have the wild magic table be something that happens way less frequently.
If I didn't want to step on the toes of wild magic sorcerers, what could I do instead?
You could make up a new table of crazy random effects or ways that the spell you cast is affected when you cast it.
Oh, like causing additional elemental damage, or turning someone to cheese.
Yeah, I mean, literally, I would take some time. I would look at the Wand of Wonder. I would look up the Bag of Beans and other items that do random chaos stuff to try to see how they do it differently. And just keep in mind that whatever table you make, the more things you put on it, the more work you have to make it work.
Yeah, that's true. It's better to have a small table of like 20 items
Yeah.
Or less.
Yeah. 1 second. Cardor, I will look at anybody's homebrew. You have to submit it through the Discord. And we are not doing a homebrew review critique stream tonight, so you have to come in with like a specific question or a specific aspect of your homebrew that you want help with. We are doing a critique stream on Wednesday. That one, you just have to make sure you really read the rules first, because I'm very blunt in my critiques. But yeah, man, it just depends on what your goals are and what the vibe is you're trying to go for here. It's totally reasonable to make a new table. It's totally reasonable to be saying, no, fuck, I want to use wild magic, and I don't care if it steps on wild magic sorcerer toes.
Well, I remember when... Actually, no, that's not part of the stream. Anyway, I think that's it. Thank you very much, Cinder.
Sure, man. No problem. Thanks for the call.
You're welcome. Have a good day.
Peace. Click. And then we hang up on you. And then we give you a round of applause. Thank you, thank you. Remember, folks, if you are building a mechanic around something that already exists in the game as a core class or subclass feature, you just got to keep that in mind, that what you're doing could step on those toes. It's not nothing you have to care about, but it's just something you should be aware of. Let's see. We looked at this piece from Frostfall. We looked at this piece from Lambo. We looked at this piece from Akuma. We looked at this piece from Thunderwing. We're not looking at another piece from Lambo tonight. That's everything. We have now officially gone through the full list. All the homebrew that people sent in questions about. All the people that called in. Should we be done? We could be done. Should we do some sort of, hey, last call? Ask your D&D questions. Send in your homebrew. Yeah, I think we're gonna be done if there's no one else with things. And I don't want anybody to feel like they have to force it. But we will definitely be back on Wednesday. Folks, Wednesday is going to be a different vibe of stream. It will just be me. And then my lovely Dungeon Master / co-writer Patrick Perini will join me. We are going to be looking at your finished and polished homebrew. Do not send it in if you know it is underdeveloped. Because at the end of the day, yeah, we'll chat and chill a little bit, Rex. Because at the end of the day, let me rephrase that. I am going to be looking at that homebrew and reviewing it from the perspective of somebody found this online and wants to use it in their game. So it has to be a good enough quality to meet my expectations for what that would be. Beyond that, I'm going to do my best to help guide you or push or encourage or explain in directions that hopefully will help support what you're trying to do. And the other side of that, point up any of the hiccups, etc., all that stuff. But again, I do not go out of my way to be mean, but I really don't go out of my way to be nice. I'm brutally honest, and when I'm reading, I have visceral reactions. Some people really like that from an entertainment perspective, but it can come off a little intense from an audience perspective. So if you're going to be submitting homebrew, know what you're getting into, understand that my goal is to help, but you're going to be dealing with a little bit of an over-the-top, overly dramatic version of me. Especially if you have bad sentence structure or confusing layout. If it's the harder your piece is to navigate, the more that's going to be amped up. So just keep that in mind. Please feel encouraged to send something in, but don't force yourself to. Don't feel like you should if it's not ready, because if it's not ready, it's going to get torn up. If it is ready, it might get torn up. But it's not going to be helpful if it's torn up when it's not ready, because I'm probably just going to be tearing it up in ways that you understand and you don't need me to berate you on. Like, if you know how to format your homebrew and just didn't take the time to do it yet, it doesn't help you for me to talk about formatting. You know? And Pat is going to be joining us probably around 8. If you are interested in submitting some homebrew to that, the link is in the Discord. It's already up in the event homebrew section. It is a Google link because we are not reviewing them in any particular order. And we will be using the wheel. If you're not new to the wheel, the way that it works is I put all of your names on a wheel, and then I spin it, and then whatever gets spun on the wheel is what we look at. But there are also a couple very specific rules and, like, vibe checks that I need you to read and go through before you send something in. What's up, Reed Beard? You heading out? No questions, just good times. Ain't no thing with that. That's fine. I guess we could chat and chill. I'm working on my fucking Outer Wilds video. It's taken me a million years. I'm working on another video I have to have ready by, like, the 21st. And I haven't even touched it yet. There's a... I don't know if we're supposed to talk about this yet. But if you do not know this, a bunch of D&D YouTubers last year did a big themed video thing. And we called it Kraken Week. And this year we're doing it again. And it's Dragon Week. And Dragon Week is April 21st through 25th. And I have to have a video ready by that. And I immediately knew what the theme was going to be, like in seconds. And I knew what the inspiration was. And I figured out a couple, like, moments I wanted to hit. And then I didn't think about it or work on it at all. And now I have like 4 days to make it. It's going to be a weird one. It's going to be maybe my weirdest video yet. And I think that is going to be the only way I get it done in time is that I just commit to the bit. And while everyone else is making videos that are informative about how to incorporate dragons into your games or different types of new dragons or ways of, writing dragon plots or dragon lore you might not know, I'm going to be screaming like a madman wearing a barrel, throwing eggs at a wall. And it's going to be glorious. So I don't know how helpful my video is going to be for homebrew dragon stuff, but my goal for the video is that it's going to be deeply inspirational. My goal for the video is that you are going to think you're going to chuckle while you watch it, and you're going to be like, oh, Cinder, you're so crazy. But also you're going to be like, wait a minute. Is Cinder actually fucking cooking right now? That's the goal. The goal is it's going to start with, Cinder, what is this video about? Wait, really? This is what... Okay, I guess this is really what the video's about. Okay. Okay. All right, Cinder's found a way to make it kind of fun. Yeah, this is a fun video. Wait a minute. I can use this. That's the arc. That's the goal. And the wait a minute, I can use this, barely going to be touched on. It's going to be a wink and a nod. It's like everything is Outer Wilds now. It's going to be pieces that you can put together. I just want to keep working on my Outer Wilds video, though. I have to stop because I need to get this other one done. But I'm going through all my Outer Wilds footage. And it is very funny watching yourself play the game knowing so little after you know so much. Like, my buddy Mike was asking me as I was going through my footage if I had any moments where I was like, oh, come on, how'd you not know that? And I've already had so many. Do I have an editor? No. I have yet to find an editor that I like. I have had a couple people reach out to me and be like, I would like to edit for you. And then they sent me samples or things that they worked on, and I was like, this is not what I want or need. I also don't know how much I can pay, and I'm very hesitant to ask people to do work for me if I can't pay them. So I think that if I was going to hire an editor, it would really need to be worth the time for me to feel like I could justify paying them what I think that they would be worth paying. So, like, if you're somebody, if Pinkalink, if you're an editor, if you want to DM me on Discord, show me some stuff you've edited, I'm happy to chat. I think in order for me to feel like I was justified in hiring an editor, it would need to save me a lot of time. Because editing does take a really long time. But I don't make a lot of money from my long-form videos. Most of the money that I make is either from you guys becoming YouTube members or Twitch subs, and YouTube shorts. That's my main revenue stream, is the YouTube, Twitch subs, or Patreon. That's all kind of the same bubble, and YouTube shorts. So I'm happy to invest money in long-form videos if it is worth the time. But it would have to be worth the time. And my good friend, Zach Speaks Giants, who makes a lot more money than I do on YouTube, he has started to hire editors. And from what I have heard from his process is that it's a lot of work. Because you have to, it's a lot of like needing to give feedback and making sure they understand what you're doing, and a lot of back and forth. And sometimes you kind of end up still half doing a thing. And I think that I would only be comfortable doing that if I was making that Zach Speaks Giant money, you know? Gonna start a campaign soon, and I'm at a point where I have built world building like crazy, but I don't have strong plot threads. Scared because it feels like a step into full commitment. Start with a small plot. You don't need a big world plot. When a D&D campaign starts, your adventurers shouldn't be saving the world. They should be saving the grandma, or saving the weird little hamlet that no one gives a shit about. Because their powers aren't that wide-reaching. Their influence shouldn't be that wide-reaching yet. So you start with just a little town conflict. And then after that, you can sort of use that journey to start introducing larger world elements. And then depending on what the players get interested in, depending on what choices they make, what sort of things happen, you can decide what direction to lean into. So like, for example, I was running when I was running the most D&D in my life, I had, I think, 5 campaigns going at the same time. And in order to simplify things, I had them all take place in the same game world. And I just put them in different places in the world. And they thought that was fun because they could sometimes affect each other. But it also just meant I didn't have to world build 16 different things. But even my world building, it was very... I basically did a lot of bigger world building, but then I didn't scrap it, but I just... Whatever town the players were in, I was like, what? I only need to know what matters around here, right now, for them. And as they build and grow, I can build and grow with it. Your plot doesn't need to extend too far. Saving a sweet little old lady who makes cookies that give them +1 temp hit points. Cookie berries, good berry cookies. Not everybody likes berries in their cookies. Some people don't like some people just want a chocolate chip. But if it's a good berry cookie, that could be pretty nice. Good berry jam. Take a look at Adventure Time. Throw in a bunch of random stuff you might not even know and then act like you knew all along. Yeah, that's... The only thing that's tricky about that, Alfredo, because I do love that. The only thing that's tricky about that is keeping track of it. Because it's easy to keep track of the things you throw into a show because you can go back and rewatch the show. It's harder to keep track of the things you throw into a game because you don't necessarily keep the same notes as your players, etc. I'm not always the best at writing stuff down. I think I'm better at taking notes mid-session than I am any other time, but I have stumbled into throwing in too many crazy divergent things many times. It's a common mistake of mine. Yeah. Yeah. I really want to start a new D&D game. I haven't run a campaign, like a home game, in a long time. And now that my apartment is mostly set up, I'm more inclined to because I can just have people come over. And I'm trying to figure out what sort of campaign I want to run. Now, my players, some of them have more experience with the D&D than others, but they all have a lot of experience with each other. So the group vibe is strong. So I'm trying to figure out what sort of campaign I would run if I start a new home game and how hard I should lean into traditional fantasy versus like gimmicky other stuff. The last campaign I ran was like very gimmicky. So I might lean more into like traditional, classic fantasy. I gotta think about it. I'm leaning traditional fantasy right now. Would I film it? No, this would just be a home game. Just a home game. I don't want any of you watching that. I'd just teach you bad habits. I was talking about this earlier. I have really bad habits with my home group because we are people that have been friends since we've been 12 before we're D&D players. So our safety rules come from long-time friendship, not D&D. So they're different safety rules, and they don't mash well. I wouldn't want you acting towards your random group of players that aren't your longtime friends the way that I act towards my long-term friends. Dragoness, I've done that before. In my first campaign that I ran for a group, and actually a bunch of these players were in that campaign, it was a high fantasy game, and they went into a dimensional portal into a world called the World of Glass and Steel. And it was just our world. And then they had like 10 sessions in our world. It was pretty good. It actually was pretty good except for one conflict moment that happened with one player where he really wanted his character to drive a car. And I didn't want his character to drive a car. And he was trying to be like, all right, I'm going to go over and hotwire this car. And it's like, you don't know what a car is. You've never seen a combustion engine before. And really, as a dungeon master, I think I fucked that up. At the time, I was annoyed with him. But I think in hindsight, it was my fuck up. Because it was very obvious what he wanted to have fun that session. It wouldn't have done any harm to give them access to a car. And I could have had the foresight to know that if they have the opportunity to interact with modern tech, they probably will want to. So I should have allowed, I think, him to mess with it more than I did. That was my logic, Wolfie, was like, you don't know what electricity is. How would you know any of this? But just because it wouldn't make sense doesn't mean I couldn't have heard what the player wanted and figured out how to make that happen, you know? Because at the end of the day, the player wasn't saying, I think my character should know how to drive a car. That is what he was saying literally. But what he was saying in his heart, was, I think it would be fun for my character to drive a car. And I could have put more work into accomplishing that goal. You know? It's okay, we all fuck up. Happens to the best of us. You started running your GHG setting? Nice, nice, nice. You enjoy dark fantasy? I have a hard time taking dark fantasy seriously after a while. I think I get bored when it's too grim. I need stuff to be light and airy a little bit. I'm not emotionally impacted by the grim dark enough to get into it. It just starts to feel silly at a certain point. It's why I really like Warhammer, because I feel like Warhammer does a good job of knowing that it's a little dumb and a little silly. And when people that are Warhammer fans don't acknowledge that, they are the ones that are being a little silly. I think I'm giving my characters an infernal war machine to get around in a bit. Fuck yeah. That could be really fun. Giving players a vehicle is great. When you give, especially if it's like a mobile base, it's something to unify the group because they all care about it. They all kind of want to protect it. They all kind of want to use it. It's a reason for them to stay together, even though it's very superficial. And then you can like upgrade it. You know, it can get like weapons or teleporters or like anti-magic shields or it's also a really good way to open up the campaign if you are trying to make your campaign take place over very large areas, but you don't want to have to deal with all of the minute travel. When they get their spaceship or their Zeppelin or whatever, it makes them be able to essentially do fast travel with intermittent encounters. What tone should I set for a setting like that where everything brings a different vibe? I think it depends on, are they, well, let me, what I'm letting my players each start on a different world. I think the vibe should be largely dictated by where they come together. That's what I would say. Or whatever, yeah. Or it could be like Sliders, where the vibe is just different every session, and you really lean into that, and you like run one session like you're running a horror campaign, and one session like you're running like a joke nonsense campaign. Like you could sort of lean into like the places they go represent sort of the theme of Dungeon Master you take on. I would make sure the players are into that first, but that could be a way to do it. So maybe the thing that ties it together is not necessarily where they go, but the fact that they are hopping places together. I'm really excited for the new Bastion system. Have you checked it out? I have not. Each assignment is a different tone? Yeah, I agree. That makes sense. What kind of sound was kind of sounding like Melody of Steel with mobile bass? Oh, that's me. I'm the mobile bass man. People sometimes worry there's not enough bass. Then they call me and I bring it mobile. 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 All right, team. I think we're getting towards a wrap. I think we can start to wrap. I feel my soul slowly being ready to leave my body. But we will be back on Wednesday. And Wednesday, like I said, is going to be a little bit more colorful, a little bit louder, hopefully more fun. Well, this was fun, but hopefully similarly fun. And if you have some polished homebrew or some homebrew where you are ready to sort of go through the crucible a bit, submit it. Send it in. You can do it through the Discord, and we will look at it on stream. Should be fun. And that's all. That's all I got to say about that. What's Blackwater doing? They streaming? They just started their stream. All right, guys, we're gonna raid somebody. The question is, who are we raiding? We could raid Blackwater, who's playing a D&D game. We could raid Caustic, who's playing South of Midnight. We could raid Critical Bard, who's playing Marvel Rivals. What do you want to do? YouTube, you don't matter as much in this question. You think Blackwater, because they stopped by? You think Caustic? All right. I see several suggestions of Blackwater. We'll do Blackwater. All right, y'all. Have a great night. Wait. Shit. I fucked up. Give me a second. Don't leave yet. God darn it. I'm a forgetful man, okay? Listen. Friends. Neighbors. Countrymen. What a stream we've had. But before we end, there is one final piece of this puzzle. We have to say goodbye. And we have to say thank you. So, let us say thank you. Who should we say thank you to? Let's see. Thank you, guys.
About you leaving me, don't know who I'd be. Would everything we built just turn to broken leaves? I don't think about it. Do you think of me?
Good night, YouTube.